Chapter 880. Saint Xia enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect within the 9 states. The Xia clan also had the prestige of having the number 1 holy land in the 9 states. Therefore, even if there was a sacred war between 2 holy lands, Saint Xia was still qualified to mediate between them. Saint Xia enjoyed high prestige and commanded universal respect within the 9 states. The Xia clan also had the prestige of having the number 1 holy land in the 9 states. Therefore, even if there was a sacred war between 2 holy lands, Saint Xia was still qualified to mediate between them. Of course, in many people's eyes, even if Saint Xia personally came forward, at most, the 2 sides would take a step back from the current stalemate. It would be basically impossible to write off all the grievances of the holy war at one stroke. Saint Xia continued, "Since both the great Zhou's sacred king and Lord Yi are sitting here today, why not talk things out and see if you can resolve this grudge so as to avoid any more bloodshed?" After he said this, he looked at both Yi Futian and the great Zhou's sacred king. The great Zhou's sacred king put down his wine but did not say anything. No one could tell what he was thinking. Yi Futian also sat quietly. A brief silence once again descended over the banquet. Many people thought that with the great Zhou's sacred king's strong and proud personality, he could not tolerate everything that Yi Futian had done. At the same time, with the decisiveness and ruthlessness that Yi Futian had displayed in the sacred war, it would probably be impossible for him to pretend like nothing had happened. Of course it was impossible. This was what both Yi Futian and the great Zhou's sacred king were thinking at the same time. The great Zhou's sacred king could not allow his pride to be trampled by a junior, and Yi Futian could not abandon those righteous men who had died for the barren state. If they agreed to resolve their differences, how could he explain it to them? Did they die merely to let the palace rest easy? Right, let me introduce to you the 9 States Supervising Inspector, Xia Qingyuan. Saint Xia pointed to the first woman to his left, and continued. The 9 States Supervisor is here today and will witness the agreement that the 2 of you reach, resolving it on behalf of Emperor Xia. Many people trembled in their hearts at Saint Xia's introduction. Even those who were cultivators of the Saint Plain felt uneasy. What he had said was very meaningful. Saint Xia had told them, intentionally or unintentionally, that the 9 States Supervising Inspector sitting there had a background that was much more important than they had thought. A 9 States Supervising Inspector with the surname Xia, who was empowered to resolve issues on behalf of Emperor Xia. Knowing that the 9 States Supervising Inspector came from Emperor Xia, and was surnamed Xia, was enough to set their minds racing. No wonder that number 4 on the sages and saints ranking saintly was only sitting in the first place to the right. In the 9 states, the left side was more respected. Many people wondered if today was not a feast held by Saint Xia, would he be sitting in the main seat? The turmoil of this sacred war was started because of Nethersword Mound. In the past, many people of the 9 states were led to the forbidden land of Nethersword Mound due to Yi Futian's decision. Afterward, a sacred war broke out, and many of the top forces of the great Zhou sacred dynasty, including the Infinite Palace, were wiped out. Even a figure on the sage ranking, Sage Wuliang, fell. The great Zhou's sacred king spoke slowly as he looked at Saint Xia. You are being considerate to us, however. Our losses in the sacred war have been so terrible. We cannot let this go so easily unless Yi Futian comes to the great Zhou's sacred dynasty to make amends to all those who died, and hands over some things. Many holy lands had participated in the events at Nethersword Mound. Although there hadn't been any figures of the Saint Plain present, they had interrogated their juniors and thus knew some things about it. Many people had indeed lost their lives there, but they could not lay the blame for this on Yi Futian. It was said that Chess Saint was the one who had arranged things. Speaking of that, there were indeed many people who lost their lives in the Nethersword Mound. Shihua Sacred Mountain also lost many of our proud disciples, said Saint Shihua calmly, as if he was talking about something insignificant. On the Nethersword Mound, you could stimulate the sword matrix of the void, so you had the ability to bring out many people all along. Saint Ji's eyes were sharp and fell upon Yi Futian. This was the second thing he had said, and it still put a lot of pressure on others. Yi Futian seemed to have thought of this. On the Nether Sword Mound, the people of the Hall of Holy Light had been miserable. He faintly understood where St. G's dissatisfaction with him came from. Did he blame him both for the affair with the Nine-State Forum and the one on Nether Sword Mound? Moreover, St. Chihuahua's casual words seemed to no longer disguise his unfriendliness towards him. The people below looked at the places where the saints were sitting, up on the stairs. There seemed to be a lot of saints who were dissatisfied with Yi Futian. The people of the barren state were extremely uneasy. To be the tallest tree standing out in the forest was not a good thing. Today, Yi Futian was sitting in a saint's seat, and the pressure he was facing came from saints. Yi Futian nodded slightly and looked straight at the great Zhou's sacred king as he said, "When I entered Nether Sword Mound, it was not only I that was able to break through the matrix. Someone who had received Chess Saint's inheritance could have done it as well. Moreover, the deaths of many people of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty seemed to be because they had offered themselves up as sacrifices to free Chess Saint. Perhaps you are blaming the wrong person for this matter?" Many people looked at Lu Zong sitting below with the people from Chihuahua's sacred mountain. They all knew about the affair where Chess Saint had chosen Lu Zong in the mountain village. Sang Chihua bowed his head and took a sip of wine so his face could not be seen. Yi Futian could not see it, but since Saint Chihua had subtly targeted him, he would not be polite. After solving the problem of the master, he had planned to shut himself up in the Holy Ji Palace for a while. Now that Yang Xiao had laid out a huge matrix around the palace, defending against any attack below the Saint Plain would be no problem. Even if Saint Chihua was secretly scheming, it made no difference. The great Zhou's sacred king launched this sacred war and wanted to level the Holy Ji Palace. And now he wants those who fell in the war to be my responsibility? Should we give up our resistance and let the great Zhou's sacred king slaughter us? Yi Futian's eyes were sharp. Everyone listened quietly. It was just as they had guessed. They wanted to calm the sacred war, but the two sides could not agree. I am alone. I only have one disciple, and I did not participate in the journey to the Nether Sword Mound. However, if I had entered the Forbidden Land to seize treasure with trickery and had fought with you on equal terms, it would be ridiculous of me to blame you for not protecting my own people." At this time Sky Saint smiled and spoke lightly. He continued, "Moreover, it seems meaningless to speak of right and wrong now. It is off topic. Let's return to talking about the terms." Saint Xia nodded slightly. Tracing this affair back to its source is indeed meaningless now. "So, do you agree to the terms that the great Zhou's sacred king put forth, Lord Yi?" Yi Futian looked at Saint Xia and bowed slightly. "I thank you for your kindness, but ending the sacred war is not something that we can discuss." Saint Xia looked at the great Zhou's sacred king again and nodded slightly. "In that case, I won't force the issue. Unfortunately, although we won't mention the sacred war, for the time being, the Nine-State Forum struggle is deadlocked. This needs to be solved. If you are still not willing to talk about it, then be clear about it, and I won't ask about it." The atmosphere became more serious at Saint Xia's words. Yi Futian said, "I've already agreed to exchange people, but the great Zhou's sacred king refuses to give up." "What do you think, great Zhou's sacred king?" asked Saint Xia. "You surely must understand the intentions of someone on the Saint Plain. Previously Yi Futian rejected all my proposals. Since you are here today, I will take another step back. I want the sword matrix of the void, and the divine sword." The great Zhou's sacred king's voice was cold. Many people looked uneasy. Everyone knew of the sword matrix of the void. It was the reason the great Zhou's sacred king had started this sacred war. Seeing Saint Xia looking at him, Yi Futian said, "At the Nether Sword Mound, I used the power of the sword to crack the mystery of the matrix, which ignited the sword matrix of the void. With my current level, how could I use my own power to start up the number 1 matrix in the 9 states and take control of it? Although I would like to agree to the great Zhou's sacred king's terms, I cannot. And moreover, are the king's sons' lives really so worthless? And one more thing," Yi Futian continued. "Even if I agreed to these terms, once I let Zhou Huang go and he returns safely to the great Zhou's sacred dynasty palace, the Great Zhou's sacred king can once again seek to kill my master. What should I do? Since you do not agree to the Great Zhou's sacred king's conditions, tell us your idea," said Saint Xia. "In addition to letting Zhou Huang and the others return to the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty, I will also return the Golden Phoenix Sword. But the Great Zhou's sacred king cannot make any moves against us in the next 10 years, and of course, the Barren State will not make any moves against him either." Yi Futian continued. The Great Zhou's sacred king had already reached the second level of the divine path. He would need some time to ensure his master's safety. Many people's eyes glimmered as he said this. Did Yi Futian want to remove the Saint Plain level battles from the sacred war? What do you all think? Saint Xia asked those beside him. But in reality, others couldn't decide if they didn't know what Saint Xia was thinking. "I think Lord Yi is quite sincere," said Moon Saint with a smile. "A prince who is of the Sage Plane and has the ability to enter the Saint Plane in addition to 2 others, and a divine implement, all to ensure his master's safety. Great Zhou's sacred king, you are an elder, why be so pushy?" Sky Saint said indifferently, speaking for Yi Futian. Obviously, Yi Futian's visit was still bringing him advantages. Even this cultivator of the Saint Plane was willing to maintain friendly relations with him. "Why don't you take a step back, Great Zhou's sacred king? After all, both sides are at an impasse, it's not like you have the advantage. If you continue like this, you will lose your demeanor," said Glass Saint with a smile. The Great Zhou's sacred king glanced at Glass Saint. He knew of Yi Futian's visit. 3 saints were willing to speak for him. They obviously all valued his potential. Although he was only a low-ranking sage, Yi Futian was still a threat. "Since you say so, Glass Saint, I will take a step back." The Great Zhou's sacred king looked at Glass Saint and then turned his gaze back to Yi Futian. "The infinite ruler of the infinite palace is also ours, and it must be returned as well, in addition to the divine sword from Nethersword Mound. Also, 10 years is too long. I will give you only 3. You will not be allowed to intervene and influence the state of the war. I have one more condition. All fighting below the Saint Plane cannot rely on battle matrices, otherwise, I will be able to directly intervene." Yi Futian could wield enormous power with a battle matrix and was a serious threat. And if the village chief had the divine sword, he could force a collision. If Qin Zhuang and the others formed a battle matrix and he wielded the divine sword, they could snap him like bamboo and destroy every top force of the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty. If he destroyed his opponent's advantages like this, then he could directly kill Yi Futian in the sacred war. The Great Zhou's sacred dynasty still had 3 great cultivators of the sage ranking. Yi Futian obviously understood what the Great Zhou's sacred king was trying to do. Their battle arrays were now no weaker than the Great Zhou's sacred dynasties below the Saint Plane, and so the Great Zhou's sacred king wanted to destroy his 2 strongest trump cards. Even now, in terms of pure quantity, the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty was still much stronger than them. The infinite ruler was seized by my palace. And not only do you want the infinite ruler and the golden phoenix sword, but also the divine sword? This is taking a step back? Asked Yi Futian sarcastically. Since there are still points of contention, why don't I make a suggestion based on what you have already said? Said Saint Xia. In addition to both sides agreeing not to harm Dozhan, Zhou Huang, and the others, the infinite ruler and the golden phoenix sword, all things that belong to the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty, will be returned. The Saint Plane cultivators of both sides will not be able to make any moves. With the Saint Plane of the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty making this concession, the Holy Ji Palace must also agree to the Great Zhou's sacred king's suggestion that both sides not be able to use battle matrices in the war. How about that? Many people nodded slightly. Saint Xia's proposal was indeed relatively fair. Zhou Huang and the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty's sacred implements would be traded for Dozhan, and the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty would concede their Saint Plane power, while the Holy Ji Palace would concede their Sage Plane power. Moreover, this was in line with what both sides wanted to achieve. The Great Zhou's sacred king wanted to kill Yi Futian more than he wanted to kill Dozhan. And Yi Futian wanted to protect his master. I basically agree, but I need to change it a little bit. I can do without the infinite ruler, and I would like to instead get the divine sword," said the great Zhou's sacred king. The divine sword came from Nether Sword Mound and was clearly more precious than the infinite ruler. Moreover, it was more useful to the barren state. "What do you think, Lord Yi?" asked Saint Xia. Yi Futian hesitated. Although he had been the one to bring the divine sword out of Nether Sword Mound, in some sense, the village chief was more suited to wield it. If it had been the infinite ruler, he could have agreed straight away. "Agree." At that time, the village chief's voice reached Yi Futian's ears. He turned his gaze towards where he was sitting. 5 years is enough. Give the sword to him and see if he can wield it or not," continued the village chief. His voice was very calm. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. 5 years was enough? What did he mean by that? He had a faint feeling that this had to do with Nether Sword Mound and Yaya. Since the village chief had no objections, Yi Futian made a quick decision and nodded. "I agree." Many people's eyes flashed as Yi Futian nodded. The two sides had reached an agreement for the time being. Chapter 881. Saint Xia saw that they both agreed, and nodded with a smile, saying, "My original intention was to calm the sacred war. After all, a continuous battle will only hurt both sides. But since the two sides can't see eye to eye, you will have to abide by the agreement you just reached." Saint Xia saw that they both agreed, and nodded with a smile, saying, "My original intention was to calm the sacred war. After all, a continuous battle will only hurt both sides. But since the two sides can't see eye to eye, you will have to abide by the agreement you just reached." He looked to Xia Qingyuan sitting beside him and said, "Do you have any objections, supervising inspector?" Xia Qingyuan had been sitting there quietly all along. Seeing that Saint Xia had asked her opinion, she remained very calm, without the least bit of perturbation. "Since both sides have agreed, you will be given a chance to amend the rules of the sacred war. The rules of the sacred war will be re-established according to what you have said, and they cannot be changed in the future. If anyone violates them, the 9 State Guard will arrest them," said Xia Qingyuan calmly. Her voice was clear, cold, and feminine. Although she was dressed as a man, she did not hide the fact that she was a woman, and indeed she could not hide it. She had not said that she was going to report to Emperor Xia. She had directly made the decision on his behalf. Everyone looked at her. Her face was unsurpassed in its delicateness, without a single blemish. But she gave people a feeling of an unapproachable coldness. It was a kind of extreme pride. She was definitely quite young, but sitting before the saints, there was no trace of disturbance from her. She was so calm it was frightening. It seemed she was already very used to this kind of situation. This was by no means something that ordinary people could do. The auras of people at the Saint Plain were so strong that even Yi Futian felt the pressure when Saint Ji spoke. The implications of Xia Qingyuan being able to sit there calmly were self-evident. The great Zhou's sacred king nodded. Although he was extremely arrogant, he still did not dare to violate the will of Emperor Xia. As the king of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty, he naturally had a deep understanding of the world of cultivators. And the more he knew, the more reverence he felt for them. Yi Futian was the least reverent person he had ever seen. It was just 5 years. The village chief of Tombkeeper Village had been one of the people who followed him into Nether Sword Mound. He had cultivated for years, but his potential was limited to this. Unless there was an opportunity to defy the natural order, he would never reach the level he was at now. As for Dozhan, it was said that even in 50 years, he wouldn't even reach the steps of the divine path. The reason he had not agreed to 10 years was that he was impatient. He couldn't wait that long. Other than that, as far as he was concerned, there was no difference between 5 years and 10 years. Once the 5 years were up, he would grab Dezhan and sacrifice him to those of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty who had fallen. And once Yi Futian lost the divine sword and his battle matrix, he would be able to kill him within 5 years. Unless Yi Futian hid within the Holy Ji Palace and did not come out, he would kill him in 5 years, if not sooner. So, from any perspective, he was the winner in this trade. Futian waved his hand, and suddenly, the golden phoenix sword went towards the great Zhou's sacred king. At the same time, the village chief down below also waved his hand, and the divine sword flew towards him, swallowing up the powerful sword will. The great Zhou's sacred king grabbed it, and it seemed like the image of a phoenix appeared in his hand. It trapped the divine sword, that was swallowing up the sword will, and then accepted it. "Get out of here," the village chief said coldly. Zhou Huan and the other two looked embarrassed as they moved over to the group of people from the great Zhou's sacred dynasty. As for Sage Dozhan, he had not been sitting with the great Zhou's sacred dynasty. He had been beside the holy Ji Palace people all along. Which of the great Zhou's sacred dynasty people could have bound him beside the great Zhou's sacred king? And the great Zhou's sacred king had no need to guard him. With Saint Li's guarantee, and Saint Xia mediating, the great Zhou's sacred king was not worried that Dozhan would dare to escape. And now there was, of course, no need to worry. Seeing the solution, Saint Xia said, "Then let us end the affair between the great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the holy Ji Palace here. I have sent invitations to people from all the holy lands. Should I tell them all one more thing?" "Are you referring to bringing the talents from the younger generations?" a saint asked. Saint Xia nodded. "Yes, tell them, they naturally will not forget." The saints nodded one by one. This time, when they came, they would bring their young talents. At this banquet there would not only be cultivators from the Saint Plain, but also almost all of the top talents from the Holy Lands. It could be said that the people coming to the banquet represented both the present and the future of the 9 states. The only thing was, the people of the Holy Lands did not understand why Saint Xia had done this. The elders of the 9 states had the 9-state forum to exchange their training and views. As for the top talents of the Sage Plain, there was the battle of proving holiness. Would Saint Xia really arrange a battle at his banquet? No, there must be another reason. Everyone gazed at Saint Xia. They would probably find out soon. "I'm sure everyone would like to know where the supervising inspector has come from," said Saint Xia. The saints all nodded one by one. As cultivators of the Saint Plain, they naturally knew where Emperor Xia was. It wasn't a secret, but people would rarely speak of it out of respect. Futian sat there quietly. When he was palace lord he had asked that same question. Later he had learned a little bit. Thus he also knew a little bit about where Emperor Xia was. The world was bigger and crueler than he had imagined. "Why don't you tell us, supervising inspector?" said Saint Xia. Suddenly everyone looked at her delicate and flawless face. Many people imagined how beautiful she would be if she put on women's clothing. Xia Qingyuan stood up and stepped away from her seat. She faced away from Saint Xia and walked step by step out of the group of people. Even though the people on both sides of her were saints, she was still very indifferent. She quietly walked to the edge of the steps and looked out at the crowd. Many powerful people from the 9 states were there, and now, their gazes all fell on Xia Qingyuan. Her eyes were as cold as frost as she swept them over everyone. At that moment, all the supernatural figures had a wonderful feeling, as if the woman there before them was the most outstanding figure in the Holy Lands and that they must lower their proud heads. She seemed to have been born with this disposition. Xia Qingyuan waved her hand and a brilliant light shone. A pagoda appeared before her and flew into the air. At this banquet, the saints sat in a ring shape below the steps. There was an empty area in between them, and it seemed that Xia Qingyuan had arranged for it to be there. The pagoda kept expanding until it was 30 meters high. An incomparable brilliance bloomed from within it like a holy light. The will of the great path seemed to spill out from it, enveloping everything. There seemed to be a glazed lamp within that illuminated the pagoda. A divine implement. Everyone's eyes flashed. This glazed pagoda was a divine implement. "This is the lapis lazuli pagoda. As long as you are standing beneath it, it can sense your breath and release a repressive power. Any 9 states cultivator of the saint or sage plane who can light up the pagoda will be able to undergo a special assessment. Those who pass the assessment can enter upper-level cultivation." Xia Qingyuan spoke calmly, but when they heard her words, the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. As saint-level cultivators, they naturally understood the import of Xia Qingyuan's words. And it was not only them. Many powerful figures from the various Holy Lands' eyes flashed brilliantly. They obviously understood as well. This was a qualification possessed only by cultivators of the Saint Plane. In the land of the Nine States, what did Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, and the orthodox battles of proving holiness, amount to? The common folk of the Nine States did not understand, but how could the people of the Holy Lands not understand? The world of cultivators was far sterner than common people could imagine, and far crueler. In particular, saints who had lived for many years knew this very clearly. They had experienced an entire era. It was rumored that centuries ago, Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing wanted to change something and so launched a sacred war. The divine prefectures of the East experienced unprecedented turmoil. Afterward, the world was unified. But there were some things that could not be changed. When he heard this, Yi Futian's heart was also in turmoil. The youth who came out of the city of Qinzhou had cultivated himself and raised his status, and had gradually begun to come into contact with the world of cultivators. The Nine States were all under Emperor Xia's orthodoxy, but Emperor Xia did not cultivate in the land of the Nine States. Once he had thought to go and see for himself, but due to the sacred war he had not had time. But in the future, he would probably have the opportunity. Many of the cultivators' eyes flashed. They knew that this was an opportunity to change their destiny. Xia Qingyuan had provided them with another means other than battles of proving holiness to change their fate. Was this Emperor Xia's command? Who was Xia Qingyuan? She clearly had fearsome power. At this moment, a line of figures walked out from both sides. They wore extremely beautiful golden robes. They came to the area under the lapis lazuli pagoda. They looked at everyone, and one of them said, "Who is first?" Chapter 882. The people from the Nine States did not walk out immediately. Although they were extremely taken back after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words, all the people present were extraordinary figures with a strong frame of mind. They were all thinking about it. The people from the Nine States did not walk out immediately. Although they were extremely taken back after hearing Xia Qingyuan's words, all the people present were extraordinary figures with a strong frame of mind. They were all thinking about it. I would like to ask the supervising inspector, if lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda only gives us the right to take the test, where will the test be held? A handsome teen asked. The person was the Nine State College's prodigy Lin Shubai, Saint Li's disciple. It will not be in the Nine States, Xia Qingyuan replied. If we pass, will we still be able to return to the Nine States? What happens if we fail? Lin Shubai asked again. The questions he was asking were questions that many people had wanted to ask. If you pass the test, you can cultivate in the upper worlds and you can return to the Nine States. As for failure, you are asking how dangerous it will be? Xia Qingyuan stared at Lin Shubai with a deep expression and replied nonchalantly, I will not force you. Everyone had a glint in their eyes. The nonchalant attitude contained an extremely proud attitude. What Xia Qingyuan meant was it was up to them whether to participate. How long will the test be? Another person asked. I don't know. It could be 1 year, it could be 5. Xia Qingyuan's voice was still calm as she replied. Many people were taken aback and looked at their elders. All of you decide for yourselves, Saint Li said from the saint's seat. His words meant that he allowed the disciples of the Nine State College to go try. He naturally understood more about the cultivation world than his disciples. Entering the upper worlds to cultivate was a right given to those who had entered the Saint Plane. Now, Xia Qingyuan was giving the younger generation such an opportunity. The real prodigies should not miss it. This was a huge opportunity. If they were able to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, their chances of entering the Saint Plane would increase greatly. After they entered the Saint Plane, they would have more choices. Master, I wish to try, Lin Shubai said to Saint Li, then stood up and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Stand underneath it, the person in golden armor said to him. Lin Shubai knew that the other person was a Nine State guard. He walked underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda and released his aura. In an instant, wisps of light landed on his body as though the lapis lazuli pagoda could feel his aura. At that moment, Lin Shubai felt his entire body jerking violently, and a horrific force attempted to pull out his soul from his body. His spiritual will moved uncontrollably towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Ah! A voice filled with agony sounded, and many people felt chills go down their spine. Lin Shubai was extremely strong, but he was in such a terrible state under the lapis lazuli pagoda. Soon, everyone saw the pagoda above Lin Shubai let out rays of light, turning into an illusion of Lin Shubai. His face contorted wildly as though he was suffering unbearable pain. He released his life spirit involuntarily, as though he was not the one who had released it, and it had been dragged out from his body. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun in the air and many people stared attentively at the scene. Many people from the 9-state college were extremely worried, but nobody interrupted it. Even Saintly stared intently at the scene without attempting to stop it. Finally, a tragic cry was heard as the light in the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. 3 zhang lit up in the 9 Zhanghai pagoda, then Lin Shubai's illusion shattered and the light went out. A terrifying light ray shot through Lin Shubai's body and shook him away from the lapis lazuli pagoda. This? Many people thought, surprised. What a terrifying lapis lazuli pagoda. Name? The person in golden armor at the side asked. 9-state college, Lin Shubai. Lin Shubai replied after catching his breath. At that moment, everyone saw the 9-state guard at the side wave his hand. Instantly, an empty piece of parchment appeared and he used spiritual qi to inscribe Lin Shubai's name on it. He opened his mouth and said, Lapis lazuli pagoda 3 zhang. You have obtained the right to take the test. Lin Shubai nodded and returned to his position, his mind still thinking about what had happened. The lapis lazuli pagoda was 9 zhang tall, but he had only lit up 3 zhang. If he had prepared beforehand, he would probably do better. What had happened just now was too sudden, and he did not have time to think. Next, another hallowed disciple from the 9-state college stepped forward. This time, only 2 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda lit up. The hallowed disciple was dejected as he knew how much of the lapis lazuli pagoda lighting up had its purpose. People from the 9-state college walked out in succession to try. However, when Tong He stepped out, everyone became more serious. Tong He and Lin Shubai were the 2 people who were acknowledged to have the highest potential in the 9-state college. They wondered how far Tong He could go. When Tong He stepped underneath the lapis lazuli pagoda, his life spirit moved up into the lapis lazuli pagoda. At the same time, an illusion of him appeared, as though his spiritual will had been extracted from his body. However, with the experience of those before him, Tong He appeared calm. Although he was suffering extreme pain, he did not waver in the slightest. The light lit up higher and higher, rushing past 3 zhang, then 4, 5, and when it reached 6 zhang, it seemed as though it could not go any further. However, Tong He did not give up and continued pushing. Finally, the light on the 7th zhang lit up, and he reached his limit. The light went out and the glow dimmed. Tong He's body convulsed and he stepped out. Lin Shubai's expression became pale. The people from the 9-state college had compared him with Tong He many times. They were the iconic figures of the 9-state college, but today, he had been crushed by Tong He in the lapis lazuli pagoda's test. Of course, this was also because of him being first to take the test, but others would not think about it that way. Congratulations, little brother. Seeing Tong He walk back, Lin Shubai smiled and nodded at him, calming his emotions. If brother had been more prepared, you would definitely have fared better. Tong He nodded at Lin Shubai, then took a seat. The people from the Holy Lands then stepped forward. Xia Qingyuan had not replied to them how dangerous the test would be and had only replied that she would not force them. However, the geniuses from the Holy Lands continued to step forward, wanting to grab hold of the rare opportunity. Of those who had walked out, only about half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. This caused many people from the Holy Lands to be shocked. The people that had come this time were carefully selected by the Holy Lands. All those who dared to take the test were people with extraordinary potential. Even so, only half of them could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Moreover, lighting up the lapis lazuli pagoda would merely give them the right to participate in the test. Nobody knew what they would experience later on, but it would probably be extremely difficult. Yi Futian quietly watched the Holy Land's prodigies taking the test. Tong He had lit up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, and nobody had surpassed him after that. Even the strongest person had only obtained the same result as him. That was probably the limit of the 9 states' Holy Land's prodigies. What surprised Yi Futian was that Lu Zong had also managed to light up 7 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Evidently, the genius of the Shihua sacred mountain really was outstanding. Even though Yi Futian did not like Lu Zong's hypocrisy, he had to acknowledge his talent. Apart from that, the Hall of Holy Light, Battle Sage Palace, and other holy lands also had geniuses who caused the lapis lazuli pagoda to light up 7 zhang. They were all the most outstanding figures in their own holy lands. The lapis lazuli pagoda seemed to be able to reflect one's potential on a certain level. At that moment, Hua Jie looked at Yi Futian and transmitted her voice to him, asking, "Are you going?" Yi Futian shook his head. There were too many details that Xia Qingyuan had refused to divulge. Where they were going for the test? How long they were going for? As long as he did not know this, he would not go. What if it took longer than 5 years? He was now the Holy Ji Palace Lord, so he could not just leave. Although he did not care about the daily activities of the palace, leaving was another matter altogether. Moreover, apart from that reason, that saint instrument seemed to be able to reveal one's life spirit. He did not want others to see all his life spirits. As for going to the upper worlds to cultivate, he did not really mind. No matter where he cultivated, it was the same. The saint plane could not constrict him. He would naturally go when he wanted to. There were too many unknowns if he followed Xia Qingyuan. When given the choice, he preferred to have control over everything instead of leaving the choice to others. Of course, he was considering for the others as well. Second sister, third brother, Yu Wuchen, Huang Zhouge, Su Kei, Yuan Zhan, and many others. Would they want to take the test? The sacred war between the 2 holy lands had yet to end, but in the future, they could not use battle matrices. So even if war were to break out in the future, they would be able to make a significant impact. Soon, Yi Futian came to a decision. He would let them make the choice. At that moment, Yi Futian saw a familiar figure walking out to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda. Not just him, but many people from the Holy Ji Palace also saw the handsome teen. He was once the Baron State's chosen one, Bai Luli. Yi Futian involuntarily looked towards him. However, Bai Luli only lit up 1 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda before leaving. It seemed that he did not put in his best effort. Back then, Yi Futian had battled with Bai Luli as a noble plain cultivator against a sage plain cultivator. In reality, he had pushed his will of the emperor to its limit in that battle, and he had already comprehended many rule powers, including the spatial rule power back then. In actuality, the teen that had been held in high regard by the Baron State had outstanding potential. He did not expect that Bai Luli would go to the Jixia Holy Palace to cultivate after that battle. Perhaps his frame of mind changed after that battle, Yi Futian thought to himself. Back then, Bai Luli had been engaged to his second sister on Crouching Dragon Mountain, and he had been resentful of Bai Luli. However, times were different now. His third brother was with his second sister, and his frame of mind had changed. Compared to his younger brother Bai Zhe, Bai Luli did not do anything wrong apart from wanting to marry his second sister. Back then, the palace's will was dedicated to helping him enter the Saint Plane. As such, Yi Futian could not bring himself to hate or admire Bai Luli. He only felt a slight surge in emotion when seeing him again. "Little brother, will you go?" a voice transmitted in Yi Futian's ear. Yi Futian looked down. It was Gu Donglu, transmitting a message to him. "Third brother, I still need to keep watch over the palace. I will not go, but if you wish to go, don't worry about the palace." Yi Futian transmitted a message back to him as a reply. After his third brother's battle with Bai Luli, his life spirit had transformed. As his cultivation level was not too high, the people from the 9 states did not notice that apart from Yi Futian and Yu Xing, as well as those who had participated in the 9-state forum, his third brother's potential and frame of mind were also elite. Thinking from that perspective, Yi Futian knew that his third brother should go for it. "Okay, I'll go and take a look this time," Gu Donglu replied. He hoped that he would be able to help his little brother after he came back. Although he was now a magi, it was still hard for him to make an impact in the sacred war. "Okay." Yi Futian smiled and nodded. He was not worried about his third brother. In reality, it had always been his third brother taking care of him. "Yu Xing will not go. Third brother, go and ask around to see if anyone wishes to go with you." Yi Futian transmitted a message to him again. People from all the holy lands in the 9 states and Xiaqing Yuan were here. Yu Xing's life spirit naturally could not be revealed. As such, he and Yu Xing would not participate in Xiaqing Yuan's test. As for the others, he would leave it up to them to decide. Although this test might be dangerous, it was inevitable on their path of cultivation. As many experts stepped out one after another, Gu Donglu also stepped forward and walked towards the lapis lazuli pagoda. Many people's gaze landed on Gu Donglu. They were not familiar with this person, but as the first person to step out from the barren state, they all wanted to see if he could light up the lapis lazuli pagoda. Of course, they looked forward to seeing Yi Futian and Yu Xing's performance. At that moment, they did not know that Yi Futian and Yu Xing had no plans to step out at all. Chapter 883. Gu Donglu walked to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda and also felt a strong attracting force. His spiritual will seemed to move out of his control. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun as it let out a dazzling light. Gu Donglu walked to the bottom of the lapis lazuli pagoda and also felt a strong attracting force. His spiritual will seemed to move out of his control. The lapis lazuli pagoda spun as it let out a dazzling light. In an instant, 9 words surrounded an illusory figure that was surrounded by light, rushing into the lapis lazuli pagoda like an immortal's shadow. Hum! The 9 words let out a dazzling light, causing a zhang to light up on the lapis lazuli pagoda. Next, Gu Donglu retracted his strength, and a strong light sank down as his life spirit returned to his body. He then stepped out of the lapis lazuli pagoda's radius. As more people took the test, the people after them had started to figure out some of the workings of the pagoda. As such, there would not be a repeat of what had happened to Lin Shubai. Gu Donglu was evidently very composed when he went in and out. Lighting up 1 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda was considered a pass, but it was not considered special. About half of those who had stepped out were able to do it. However, they did not know what the chances of passing the next examination were for those who were able to light up the pagoda. As he walked back to his position, he saw Zhuge Mingyu step forward as well. Evidently, she wanted to go too. "Is second sister going too?" Hua Jieyu saw Zhuge Mingyu step out and muttered to herself. Not long after, Zhuge Mingyu had also lit up 1 zhang on the lapis lazuli pagoda, but she did not clear it as easily as Gu Donglu. However, she had at least gotten the right to take the test. After that, people started to step out successively from the barren state. Huang Zhouge, Yi Wuchen, Zai Qianqiu, Su Kei, and a few others were able to light up the pagoda. Moreover, they all lit up only 1 zhang on the pagoda. This caused many people to be surprised. Was this because of the barren state's lack of ability, or were they doing this intentionally? These fellows. Yi Futian looked at the figures that had stepped out and mumbled to himself. He did not think that they were doing this to obtain the right to enter the upper worlds to cultivate. These fellows were probably treating the test as a means of training themselves. After all, because of the sacred war, their movements in the 9 states had been restricted. Apart from cultivation and fighting, they had no opportunity to go anywhere they wanted. Now that they could not make use of battle matrices in the sacred war, they would be of no use in battles. The sacred war would be determined purely by the strength of the elite sage plane cultivators again. So, they needed to raise their cultivation levels as soon as possible. Beside Yi Futian, Hua Jieyu looked towards him. Seeing Hua Jieyu's expression, Yi Futian knew what she was thinking. He transmitted a message to her saying, No way. This lass, what was she going to join them for? There's second sister and third brother taking care of me. Also, Sister Yun and Phoenix will also be going, Hua Jieyu replied. My answer is still no, Yi Futian insisted. Hua Jieyu held his hand. She naturally understood that Yi Futian wanted to protect her, even if her cultivation would not progress forever. However, after all this, she knew it was not what she wanted. I am a divine spiritual sorcerer. Moreover, I have the guidance of a saint plain divine spiritual sorcerer. If I don't go out and explore, how will I be able to protect you in the future? Hua Jieyu said jokingly. Yi Futian naturally understood that there was a saint within Hua Jieyu's body. If she ever encountered serious peril, she could use a strength that far exceeded her cultivation level and could even protect the other people from the barren state. However, since the last time he nearly lost her outside the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian had hoped that she would not put herself at risk anymore. It's more fitting for you to look after me. I've gotten used to having you by my side. If you leave, I won't promise what will happen, Yi Futian threatened. Hua Jiyu glared at him, then broke into a radiant smile and transmitted a message to him. Sure. When I'm not around, you can do anything you want. Yi Futian looked at her, speechless. He asked, You really want to go? Master told me that the potential of a divine spiritual sorcerer is not limited to only this. If I keep staying under your protection, how am I going to help you take care of your harem in the future? Hua Jieyu smiled and replied. Yi Futian transmitted a message to her in a woeful tone, saying, Am I that sort of person? Yes. Hua Jieyu nodded seriously. Evidently he was. Can't you not go? Yi Futian asked again. Hua Jieyu shook her head. Then I'll go with you, Yi Futian said in a gentle voice. No need. I don't know how long I'll be gone for. Don't forget what you promised Saint Jiang about testing medicine, Hua Jieyu replied. Yi Futian stared at Hua Jieyu's beautiful eyes. There seemed to be a hint of obstinacy in her beautiful smile. Be careful, Yi Futian said in a soft voice. Okay. Hua Jieyu turned around and walked down, passing by Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan looked at Hua Jieyu in confusion. Why was Yi Futian not with her? Hua Jieyu similarly lit up the lapis lazuli pagoda by Wenjiang. She did not return to Yi Futian's side but walked over to the Holy Ji Palace's group with Zhuge Mingyu instead. Little brother. At that moment, another voice sounded. Yi Futian looked in the barren state's direction, and the person who had transmitted the voice to him was his big brother. I'll go as well, the sword saint said. Yi Futian naturally understood his big brother's thoughts. Now, Hua Jieyu wanted to go along as well. Moreover, Gu Donglu, Yu Wuchen, Huang Jiuge, and the others were the disciples with the most outstanding potential, but their cultivation levels were not high. Gu Donglu was the one with the highest cultivation level as a magi, while the other holy lands from the 9 states would have archmages following them. Therefore, there needed to be someone to oversee them. If he and Hua Jieyu were both around, they would not need to worry about being schemed against. Moreover, the Sword Saint's current cultivation level was not that high either. He still relied on the demonic blade during battle, so this trip would also be training for him. Okay. Yi Futian nodded in reply. The great Zhou's sacred dynasties Zhou Huang and Zhou Ye also went to participate in the test. They did not want to miss out on the opportunity. As such, the sacred war would probably die down for a period of time. He also planned to cultivate in seclusion for some time. When the people from all the 9 states' holy lands had stepped out, several hundred of them had obtained the right to take the test. They were all geniuses from the various holy lands. However, the saints in the saint's seat understood that the test would definitely be extremely difficult. Xia Qingyuan had said that it would take several years. As expected, it would not be that easy to obtain the qualification to enter the upper worlds to cultivate. Of course, even if they could not pass, it would be good training for these people to go out and experience the outside world. As for the risk of dying, they should also experience it. It was originally a part of cultivation anyways. They guessed that Xia Qingyuan was likely to be a direct descendant of Emperor Xia, so she would not harm the 9 states geniuses intentionally. However, they were curious about why Yi Futian did not step out. The opportunity is rare. Does Palace Lord Yi not wish to go for it? Saint Xihua smiled at Yi Futian and asked. Immediately, many people looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian also looked at Saint Xihua. He heard the other party continue to smile and ask. Previously, at Xihua Sacred Mountain's 9-state forum, I had a deep impression of Palace Lord Yi and Yu Xing. Now, Palace Lord Yi has the potential to dominate your generation. Yu Xing has that potential as well. Are the two of you not interested in the opportunity that Emperor Xia has offered? Many people were also curious. They had thought that Yi Futian would go. That way, during the trial, he would not have to worry about the great Zhou's sacred king dealing with him. Xia Qingyuan turned around. Because she was standing at the edge of the stairs and Yi Futian's seat was the last on the saints' seats and near the stairs, the two of them were not far apart. The sacred war this time had been because of the great Zhou's sacred king and Yi Futian. As such, even Xia Qingyuan knew about Yi Futian. Although she did not know much, she had heard about his outstanding potential that could be considered elite in the 9 states. Saint Xihua, you flatter me too much. Yi Futian looked at Saint Xihua and smiled, replying. In this time's test, all those with outstanding potential will be going. I will not go and join in the fun. There are still many things waiting for me to do in the Holy Ji Palace. As the Palace Lord, I naturally need to oversee the palace. As for Yu Xing, his personality is rather irritable. Without me by his side, he might not listen to others. Many people had witnessed Yu Xing's personality on the 9-state forum. Many people had ended up begging for mercy at his hands, including the people from Xihua Sacred Mountain. I see. However, it is a pity that Palace Lord Yi and Yu Xing will not be going. Saint Xihua continued. This trial is a special opportunity that will not appear again. Since the two of you have extraordinary potential, go to the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda and take the test and follow us. Xia Qingyuan suddenly opened her mouth and said. Yi Futian raised his head and saw a pair of endlessly deep eyes. Her flawless looks could cause anyone to fantasize. However, Yi Futian did not have time to think about it. He did not expect Xia Qingyuan to invite him personally. From Saint Xia's attitude towards her, Xia Qingyuan did not just come from the upper worlds. Her identity was also remarkable. There was an unquestionable look in her eyes, as though she had not asked them, but had merely informed them. Supervising Inspector, I have many matters that I need to attend to. I can only reject your good intentions. Yi Futian smiled. The Lapis Lazuli Pagoda was extremely bizarre. If it really extracted his life spirit, it could cause a huge commotion. Especially with Xia Qingyuan's identity being unknown, he would definitely not reveal his life spirit. Xia Qingyuan raised her eyebrows. It was a very minute action that could be easily overlooked, but Saint Xia had noticed it. He looked towards Yi Futian and said, Palace Lord Yi, since the supervising inspector asks you to try it, just do it. It will only do you good. I am not evading it, but in the 9-state college, I promised to do something for Saint Jiang. Yi Futian replied. He would not forget about testing medicine. Currently, even if testing medicine was risky and caused him extreme pain, he was willing to try it. It was not just because of his promise to Saint Jiang, but also because he had the desire to do so. After all, the previous round of testing medicine caused him much pain, but he also gained a lot from it. He believed that if he could withstand this round of medicine testing, it would not be any less beneficial than the previous round. I will ask Saint Li to bring word to Saint Jiang. Saint Xia continued to persuade him. Many people had shocked expressions. Usually, Saint Xia would not persuade a younger generation person like this. However, because of one sentence from Xia Qingyuan, Saint Xia kept trying to persuade Yi Futian. This caused more people to think even more highly of Xia Qingyuan's identity. A few of the Saint Plain experts could not help thinking if she really was a descendant of Emperor Xia. Her identity was perhaps too shocking. I thank Senior for his goodwill, but... Yi Futian continued. However, before he could finish a sentence, a crisp sound interrupted him. The wine glass in Saint Xia's hand had dropped to the ground, cutting him off. At that moment, the atmosphere became tense. Countless gazes looked towards Yi Futian. Everyone felt that although Yi Futian had unparalleled potential, he really failed to appreciate kindness. Evidently, the supervising inspector's identity was very special. Saint Xia had even personally spoken up, but Yi Futian did not give him any respect. The great Zhou's sacred king's gaze swept across Yi Futian as he gently shook his wine glass. In reality, he did not want Yi Futian to participate in the test. After all, Xia Qingyuan had said that it might be very long and nobody knew exactly how long it would take. If he really passed the test and obtained the right to enter the upper worlds to cultivate, it would not be that easy to kill him. Palace Lord Yi experienced a huge battle not long ago. Saint Xia, you have personally helped to mediate the sacred war, but it has yet to end. As the Holy Yi Palace's leader, Palace Lord Yi must have his own troubles, Glass Saint said with a gentle tone. As the only female among the saints, coupled with her ravishing looks, she was the most suitable person to regulate the tense atmosphere. Moreover, the supervising inspector has also said that she will not force them. She only said that because of Palace Lord Ye's potential. There is no need to get angry with someone younger. As her voice landed, the repressed atmosphere lightened a little. Saint Xia's expression also relaxed, but he was still rather unhappy. We have already said that this kid does not know his manners. Why are you speaking for him, Glass Saint? The Hall of Holy Lights Saint Ji said coldly. The geniuses from the 9 states are all willing to take the test. He is the only one who thinks too highly of himself. Moreover, all the people from the Holy Yi Palace who entered the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda only lit up one zhang on the Lapis Lazuli Pagoda. Are they trying to show how special they are? Today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet. He indeed has no manners. Jishen Cliff's head saint also chipped in. In the seats below, the people from the 9 states' holy lands all looked towards the saints' seats. The mood at that moment was rather subtle. They naturally understood that Saint Xia was not picking on Yi Futian intentionally. He had only invited Yi Futian to participate in the test because of Xia Qingyuan. However, Yi Futian's repeated rejections caused Saint Xia to become unhappy. The Glass Saint had spoken up for Yi Futian likely because she valued him highly. However, Saint Ji and the Jishen Cliff's head saint evidently had a bias against Yi Futian. In reality, not just the 2 saints, but many people had witnessed what Saint Ji had mentioned. They had felt that the Baron State's actions were a little too self-important. They had probably let the Holy Yi Palace's rise to fame within the 9 states go to their heads. Chapter 884. Yi Futian naturally felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. Previously, the Glass Saint had spoken on his behalf and relaxed the tension, but clearly, someone was not happy with him. Yi Futian naturally felt the subtle change in the atmosphere. Previously, the Glass Saint had spoken on his behalf and relaxed the tension, but clearly, someone was not happy with him. Yi Futian raised his wine cup and toasted in the direction of Saint Xia and said, "Today is the feast of Saint Xia, who has been meditating on behalf of the Holy Yi Palace. We are forever grateful. It is completely my fault for interrupting the festive mood of the banquet for such a small thing. I will drink up as a penalty." As he was speaking, Yi Futian drank the wine in the cup. Saint Xia's status in the 9 states was highly respected, lofty, and peerless. He also knew that Saint Xia was not deliberately targeting him, so there was no need to offend Saint Xia over such a trivial matter. Seeing Yi Futian's action, Saint Xia eased up a bit. Twice he had invited Yi Futian and twice Yi Futian had refused, and his reason was clearly a pretext to evade which naturally displeased him. Yi Futian, the reputation of the supervising inspector in the upper worlds is not less than yours in the 9 states, and within the lands of 9 states, it is hard-pressed to find people who can compete with you in your generation. Following the supervising inspector to cultivate and test together would only be good for you. Don't waste your talent. Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian and said. Yi Futian nodded. I understand. But since I have declined, I have my reason for declining. Of course, if Saint Xia and the supervising inspector wanted me to participate in the assessment, then I would go. The test at lapis lazuli pagoda would not be necessary. Everyone understood that with Yi Futian's talent, the test at the lapis lazuli pagoda would just be a formality, and there was no doubt about other things. In truth, Yi Futian just didn't want to expose his spirit. Indeed, such self-importance. Saint Ji smiled and drank. Everyone in the 9 states must go through the test at the lapis lazuli pagoda. It seems that Palace Lord Yi thinks differently about himself than of others, said the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs. Saint Xia was being too nice about it. The sacred war between the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace made the head saint of Jisheng Cliffs feel greatly threatened. He knew very well that the strength of Jisheng Cliffs was not far from that of the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty. Previously, someone said that today is Saint Xia's birthday banquet, so why keep repeating such unpleasant talk to spoil the mood? Yi Futian's eyes now also became sharp. He did not respond to Saint Ji before because he felt that it was unnecessary. The other was in Saint Plain. There was not much power in his verbal response, so he simply chose to ignore it. However, the other party did not want to let him go so easily. Since you commented that I feel self-important, then let's just say it is so. Yi Futian continued. If both of you think that I am not qualified, the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs both have the most talented people in attendance today. I am an upper-level sage, so feel free to pick someone of that plane. If I am not up to par, I will resign my position as the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace. Yi Futian's sudden aggression silenced the crowd at the banquet. He wanted to challenge both the Hall of Holy Light and Jisheng Cliffs by himself. The air now became cool, and the eyes of those from these 2 holy lands were extremely cold when they were fixed on Yi Futian. Saint Ji slightly looked up. His radiant eyes stared at Yi Futian. This genius once crushed his equals from the 4 major holy lands in the 9 states forum. The Hall of Holy Light was hard-pressed to find someone in this plane to compete with Yi Futian, and as far as Jisheng Cliffs was concerned, it would be even harder. You! Saint Ji wanted to refute. Talk is cheap. You have commented that I feel self-important, and I have admitted it. If you have any questions, just send out the geniuses of the Hall of Holy Light. Yi Futian cut Saint Ji off and continued. Otherwise, feel free to enjoy the birthday banquet. There is no need to worry about me and the Holy Ji Palace. It would have been better if that last sentence was expressed in a different way, otherwise simple silence would have done. But Yi Futian's temper was not so mild. Among the saints' seats, he was the only one who was not yet a saint. He thought that he had already made concessions towards all the saints, but if someone was going to challenge him, then he would need to return the favor. The Great Zhou's sacred king was very pleased to see this conflict unfold. Although he said nothing at the moment, he was very leisurely tasting the fine wine. Truly aggressive. Saint Ji, ranked 5th on the sage and saint ranking, was someone that even he was unwilling to confront. Not to mention, Saint Ji was equally aggressive. Most of the saints in the saints' seats all looked at Yi Futian with great interest. They seldom paid any attention to those of the younger generations, but Yi Futian was an exception. Today was the first time that many of them had seen a palace lord of a holy land who was not a saint, and he was indeed different. The Sky Saint smiled imperceptibly. It was unexpected that Saint Ji was actually rebuked by a young one today. The defiance initiated by Yi Futian was not as simple as its literal meaning. He said that if he should lose, he would forfeit the position of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, and that was a bet equivalent to an outright challenge. If Saint Ji were to really send someone to fight, in his position, it was unlikely that even if his person from the Hall of Holy Light were defeated that they would get off scot-free. At the very least, there would be a need to apologize. But this was clearly unacceptable to Saint Ji, so at the moment, even Saint Ji could only stare at Yi Futian in silence. The quiet atmosphere of the banquet once again subtly charged. Saint Ji's eyes were like a beam of light that penetrated everything, piercing into Yi Futian's eyes. That's enough. Saint Xia spoke softly, breaking the awkwardness. Saint Xia gazed deeply at Yi Futian. He finally understood the cause of the sacred war between the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace. Not only was the great Zhou's sacred king domineering, but Yi Futian, though only a sage, was almost excessively aggressive. This was probably also the reason why some people in the holy lands of the 9 states could not stand the barren state. The legends of the past had always been the same, but Yi Futian, in his present state, was still a bit weaker. Too much inflexibility would only cause one an early demise. What are the thoughts of the supervising inspector? Saint Xia's gaze turned to Xia Qingyuan. Among those in attendance, only those in the Xia clan knew about the true identity of Xia Qingyuan, and he knew about it the most. Xia Qingyuan's status was definitely more terrible than those in attendance could have imagined. This was someone who lived in the close attention of others since birth, whose talent in cultivation was unparalleled in the world. If any of these cultivators of the Saint Plain in the 9 states had gone to the upper worlds in the past 10 years, they would definitely know of her. But clearly, these cultivators currently sitting in the saints' seats had not. Never mind Yi Futian. One word from Xia Qingyuan could decide the fate of anyone present. Even those of the Saint Plain were of no exception, and it certainly included him. Xia Qingyuan waved a hand and put away the lapis lazuli pagoda. She did not look at Saint Xia, but instead looked at the people below and said, "Start preparing. We will leave after the banquet." Everyone looked surprised. Moving so fast? It seemed that this supervising inspector was all action, and was prepared to leave right after the banquet. As she finished, Xia Qingyuan turned and walked towards her seat. When she reached to Yi Futian, she paused and said, "I won't force you. Since you don't want to go, you don't have to go." She did not look at Yi Futian after that and continued moving forward. Yi Futian said nothing. From Xia Qingyuan's person, he felt a cold arrogance. This was a person who was proud to the extreme. Saint Xia did not comment on the matter again. He looked at Yi Futian and secretly lamented that Yi Futian had missed an opportunity through no fault but his own. Among the people who came from the 9 states this time, there were only a few who could really pass the assessment. If Yi Futian was willing to try, he should have a chance. He might even have gained the favor of Xia Qingyuan. Suppose it could really be like that, following Xia Qingyuan to cultivate together. The title of Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace would count for very little then. Even if he gave it up, it would not have mattered. Saint Xia raised his cup to those facing him. Our business has concluded today. Everyone can now enjoy the banquet in peace. Feel free to move about and mingle without restraint. To Saint Xia. Everyone raised their cups in toast and drank. The mood of the place noticeably relaxed. Many people got up to walk around and chatted. On the side of the saints' seats, Yi Futian saw that Xia Qingyuan got up and left. All the saints still chatted casually. He felt that he was somewhat out of place, so he got up and walked toward the bottom of the stairs. Yi Futian went to the side occupied by the Holy Ji Palace. Hua Jiyu stood with Zhuge Mingyu, Yun Xuexing, and Phoenix. Yi Futian glared at Hua Jiyu, but she seemed not to care at all. She smiled brightly at him, and there was nothing Yi Futian could say. "Second sister, I'm leaving her in your care," Yi Futian said to Zhuge Mingyu. "What, you two have been together too long, so it's hard for you to separate? I heard that you have been doing very well at 9 State College." Zhuge Mingyu smiled and seemed to suggest something. Yi Futian was confused and complained slightly. "Just exactly whose sister are you?" People such as Yun Shang, Undying Old Man, Huang Shi, Su Shang, and Zhuge Qifeng bid everyone to watch out for their own safety. These people, who were on their way to gain experience, were almost all the top figures of the younger generation in the Barren State, and they were also the future of the Barren State. "Palace Lord Yi." A gentle voice spoke, and Yi Futian saw a beautiful woman coming to him. It was Yu Lingshuang, and there were many young people of the Yu clan around her. "Miss Lingshuang," Yi Futian called out. "These are the people from our clan who will go to the assessment. This time, they go to the trial with the people from the Barren State, and they can take care of each other," Yu Lingshuang said. She did not qualify for the trip. Yi Futian glanced in the direction of Moon Saint, and when he saw the other nod to him, he smiled and said, "Well, this is my big brother, and we can take care of each other while we are on the road." The head of the Yu clan nodded slightly to Sword Saint and then bid goodbye. It was a good idea to pay a visit to get acquainted. After all, no one knew what danger would lie ahead. Big brother and second sister, people from the Lapis Lazuli Holy Temple are reliable and can be trusted. If there is danger, you can try to join forces with them, Futian said. Will do. Sword Saint and Zhuge Mingyu both nodded slightly. Palace Lord Yi is very thoughtful and thinks a few steps ahead, a voice said, and Futian turned his attention that way and saw a group looking at them from a distance. It was the people from the Hall of Holy Light. Futian simply cast a casual glance toward the person, then looked away without much attention. Unfortunately, Palace Lord Yi will not go this time, or else it would be more interesting. A young man from the Hall of Holy Light said nonchalantly. Whether he goes or not, it will still be interesting. Futian paid no attention to it, but Gu Donglu looked toward the other side and spoke. GMO, of the Hall of Holy Light. The young man picked up the wine cup and greeted Gu Donglu. Gu Donglu, of the Holy Ji Palace. Gu Donglu responded. I remember. GMO merely smiled and didn't continue to say anything more, then looked away. Many who witnessed this scene thought that the trial this time should be very exciting. At the birthday banquet, there naturally would be no conflicts, but underneath it all, there was an undercurrent. All those in the Saint Plain had lectured the young generation that was about to go on trial. Some of them were full of expectations and wondered what the situation would be like after these people returned. Chapter 885. In the barren state at the Holy Ji Palace, a group of mighty figures appeared in the sky above the palace. In the barren state at the Holy Ji Palace, a group of mighty figures appeared in the sky above the palace. At this moment in the palace, many disciples already levitated so as to welcome their return. Apparently, the palace had received the news. Futian and his party had returned from Summer State. Since the Ice Temple, the Sovereign Family, the Alchemy City, the Zhuge family, and many other elite principalities had moved into the Holy Ji Palace, the number of cultivators in the Holy Ji Palace had not been the same as it was before. Not to mention that after the last battle outside the palace there were people in the barren state who continued to join in. Therefore, looking at the sky above the palace, it was all these cultivators that welcomed the triumphant return of the heroes. Even though Futian and his party had a victory, as long as the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty was not destroyed there would be no triumph. However, the barren state had finally produced a saint. For many years what the Holy Ji Palace and even the entire barren state had been expecting was finally a reality. Palace Lord of the Battle Sage Palace, Sage Dojan, was now entering the Saint Plain. The barren state not only gave birth to its first cultivator of Saint Plain, but also possessed two great saints, and was now truly a holy land. Greetings to the Palace Lord. Voices were heard calling out, and mighty figures bowed in respect one after another. Now the people of Holy Ji Palace truly admired Futian from the bottom of their hearts. The young man who became Palace Lord while he was still in the noble plain had first brought to the palace a holy elder of the Saint Plain and the many cultivators from the Tombkeeper village and Chess Saint Villa, later remaining unbeaten in the sacred war instigated by the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and personally bringing Sage Dojan to the Nine State College to make possible the first saint truly from the barren state, and the creation of Holy Ji Palace as it was today. Although the pressure of the sacred war was still there, the people of the Holy Ji Palace were full of confidence that they would certainly be victorious in this sacred war. Futian nodded with a smile and then all eyes turned to Sage Dojan, who was next to Futian. Its indomitable figure, now, stepped into the Saint Plain. In the future the Master will not only serve as the Palace Lord of the Battle Sage Palace, but he will also serve as the Holy Elder of the Holy Ji Palace, Futian announced. Holy Elder was just an honorary title, because as Palace Lord he was not a saint, so the saints appearing in the barren state would be more appropriately known as the Holy Elders. Greetings to the Holy Elder. Countless people of the Holy Ji Palace bowed in respect. This was a saint. Even if Sage Dojan was not Holy Elder, they had to greet the saint. You're reading on Boxnovel. Thanks. Sage Dojan stood on the void looking down at the people below, his heart filled with emotions. If the old palace lord and Luchan could see the holy Ji palace today, perhaps they would be happy too. He knew that his sainthood was full of significance. To the barren state it was an encouragement. For many years, the barren state had only produced one being of the saint plane, which was him. I will still continue to cultivate at the Battle Sage Palace. Anyone at the Holy Ji Palace who is at the Sage Plane and has questions about cultivation or wants to feel the power of the saints are welcome to come and ask me at the Battle Sage Palace. Sage Dojan said, and suddenly the eyes of many showed a glimmer of light. To cultivators of Sage Plane, being saint was their ultimate dream. Although the village chief was also a saint, Yi Futian had brought him in. They were not familiar with him and dared not disturb him unnecessarily. But Sage Dojan was different. He had always been the palace lord of the Battle Sage Palace. Later, the outstanding people of the palace could be taught by saints. Then, don't feel like we are bothersome. Next to him, Yuchi spoke half-jokingly. But really, he was actually somewhat jealous of Dojan. Saint Plane who would not want to be saint. That was the plane of his dreams. In the future he would really have to go to Dojan and ask for advice, even if he thought it was embarrassing. Many people around Yifutian laughed, especially Sword Demon and others. They were even more familiar with Dojan, but once Dojan became saint they were in the position of asking him for instruction. Even thinking about it was a little awkward. Are you guys going to let me return to the palace? Yifutian said laughingly, looking at those blocking their way. Those people were stunned momentarily, and then they made way, somewhat embarrassed. Please, Palace Lord. Let it be known throughout the barren state the news of the Master's sanctification. Yifutian's voice roared, heard throughout the Holy Ji Palace. He then walked towards the direction of Holy Sage Pavilion. Yeah, someone responded. It seemed that the Palace Lord was so pleased that he wanted to inform the whole barren state. The barren state, perhaps, would be causing some shocks. As they expected, the news of Sage Dojan becoming a saint caused quite a strong commotion in the barren state, and shocked countless cultivators. Those principalities that had not been fighting side by side with the Holy Ji Palace felt some regrets deep down inside. They felt that they might have missed out on something. Although they could still join the Holy Ji Palace, the respect they would receive would not be the same as those who joined the sacred war. After Yifutian returned to the Holy Sage Pavilion, he first visited the master, the mistress, Lu Qingyu, Qing Xian, and the others let them know the news of Jiayu, Wuchen, and Yu Shang. Yu Shang did not follow Xia Qingyuan for the trial, but he went to the Vajra region instead. On the birthday banquet of Saint Xia, the Vajra region lord, who ranked within the top 10 of the saint and sage ranking of the 9 states, had invited Yu Shang to cultivate at the Vajra region for a period of time. This kind of display of goodwill was not refused by Yifutian, so he had permitted Yu Shang go to the Vajra region to cultivate. Vajra region's expertise was in Buddhist power, strong and masculine, similar to the strength of Yu Xing's cultivation, but it could also be considered oppositional. However, Yifutian believed that Yu Shang could try to cultivate both strengths and see whether it could add to his own cultivation. It was with the guarantee of the Vajra region lord that he agreed to it. The top 10 ranking of the 9 states would not lower themselves just to deal with a young person, not even at Saint Xia banquet in front of other saints, so Yifutian was very reassured. For a time that followed, the Battle Sage Palace of the Holy Ji Palace had been particularly festive, with many people going to the Holy Ji Palace for advice every day. Moreover, with the spread of the news, those with great accomplishments in cultivation in the barren state had continuously come to the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate there. This holy land in the barren state was now full of vitality. Yifutian delegated many trivial matters to the others while he himself was happy to get some quiet time and practiced in peace. Of course, occasionally there was the vexation from Long Linger and her various ruses. Although Long Linger was already over 20 in age, reaching the most beautiful age as a young woman, in front of Yifutian she still did not show any of the self-restraint of an adult, and behaved like a child. However, it also added a little vigor to Yifutian's life. When he returned this time, almost all of the most familiar people around Futian had left, so occasionally even he himself was somewhat unaccustomed to the feeling. While cultivating in peace and quiet, time also passed unawares. In the twinkling of an eye, half a year had already passed and the holy Ji Palace had gradually returned to the tranquility of the past. On a quiet ancient mountain peak of the holy Ji Palace, Futian sat cross-legged with eyes closed, cultivating. The surrounding heaven and earth were enveloped by curious rules. The wind swept gently past, lightly caressing his clothes. Not far from Futian there sat a figure, feeling the air coming from Futian. Futian's eyes slowly opened, and the air that pervaded around the body disappeared. He stood up and felt the wind blowing on him. He walked to the edge of the cliff, his thoughts seemed to be pulled into the distance. It had been half a year. He wondered where Jieyu and the others were, and how was the trial going. Since entering the cottage, whether it was brother, sister, or Jieyu as well as others, there was always someone around. Especially Yu Shang, who almost never left his side. And now that all of them had gone, he would sometimes feel lonely by himself. Behind him, a figure walked over and put a coat over his shoulders. Futian reached out and saw the quiet figure put his coat on him. Futian looked down at the woman in front of him. She seemed to be always so quiet, to the point that she seemed non-existent. As if she felt the gaze from Futian, the woman looked up slightly, her silvery eyes revealing stunning beauty. She diverted her gaze and did not look into Futian's eyes. "Lulan, you have been with me for 10 years? Futian asked in whisper. Lulan Shui had been following him since the beginning of the cottage, and in a blink of an eye it was now more than 10 years. Lulan Shui nodded lightly. Futian, feeling emotional, asked, "These days you were cultivating alongside me, because I wanted to let you feel the atmosphere of the rules and how it is, so you can comprehend. In the future you will understand when the time comes. The Celestial Empress had always hoped that Luan would have a sage future. You will be that." The Celestial Empress that he talked about was naturally referring to the mother of Lulan Shui, the Celestial Empress of Lulan. Lulan Shui was still just nodding. Futian did not say much. Wait until she reached the Sage Plain, then she would be considered as a stronghold in her own right besides the Holy Lands and Principalities of 9 states, and her mentality would also change. And by then she should know how to choose her own life. "Palace Lord." At this moment, a voice called out, and Futian looked in its direction and saw 2 beautiful women who looked quite alike. Only their temperaments were slightly different. The woman on the left appeared more naive. These 2 were sisters, Xiang Jiqin and Xiang Jian. The people of Fire Emperor Palace had already moved into the Holy Ji Palace to cultivate. Xiang Jian was the wife of Li Futu and had always been at the Holy Ji Palace. When he saw the looks of the pair, Futian knew that Xiang Jian was probably only accompanying her sister. "What is it?" asked Futian. Xiang Jiqin evaded Futian's gaze, but Xiang Jian said, "We have some questions regarding cultivation that we would like to ask the Palace Lord." "Very well." Futian nodded. "Come over and sit down." Xiang Jian dragged Xiang Jiqin to come this way, and then the 2 asked some questions about cultivation, all of which Futian answered one by one. "Compared to the noble plane, it means to feel more of everything between heaven and earth, mentality, spirit, and comprehension of the power of the world, and to be one with it to give birth of rules. But just how can we get out of that step? Everyone's way of cultivation is different, and so are their mentalities. I feel to become a sage, it is essential to first understand oneself. Only then could one clearly understand the power between heaven and earth and thus integrate with it," Futian said. "Many thanks to the Palace Lord," Xiang Jiqin said. "Not at all. Are there any other questions?" Futian asked. Xiang Jiqin shook her head. "Then go back and concentrate on cultivating," Futian reminded them. Xiang Jiqin lowered her head slightly and stood up. "Well, the Palace Lord, we will bid you goodbye." "Go then." Futian laughed. As the 2 turned to leave, Xiang Jiqin took a few steps, then took a deep breath and turned to bow slightly toward Futian. "I am sorry for what happened back then. I have already forgotten it, Yi Futian said with a smile. Right now, he was already the palace lord of the Holy Ji Palace. How could he care about the conflicts between them back then? They were young and stubborn. It was best to let the past be gone with the wind. Somehow seeing Yi Futian's smile, Xiang Jiqing felt it was all a little hard to bear. Turning around, she pulled Xiang Jian to walk away. Her beautiful eyes were slightly moist. Everyone had to pay for the decisions of their youth. Once upon a time, Daozang Palace had 4 great beauties, Yun Shuixing, Phoenix, Hua Jieyu, and her. Now, since Hua Jieyu was already Yi Futian's wife, there was no need to say anything further. Yun Shuixing and Phoenix were also friends of Yi Futian, and they had both already entered the sage plane. Their talents were outstanding. And now there was only her, dim and lackluster. Moreover, that small and weak youth who had just entered the Holy Ji Palace was now already shining brightly, illuminating the entire barren state and becoming the faith of countless people. Xiang Jian silently sighed in her heart. She had also heard from her sister about the conflict between her and Yi Futian, and even if there was once resentment and hatred, when such a true legend appeared in one's world, watching him progress step by step to where he is today, how could one not ruminate on what was in the past? But even if she encouraged Xiang Jiqing to bravely pursue and take the opportunity now that Hua Jieyu was now absent, she understood that in reality, even with a pretty face, her sister would still not have a chance. After all, there were too many outstanding beauties at his side. At this moment, there were 2 people coming their way to this side and passed them by. Brother Futian. Behind him came the sound of Long Linger's bell-like voice, and then Yi Futian's voice was heard, full of smiles. Linger, you come again to bother your brother. I am only concerned that you will be lonely alone, so I came. You see, I also brought a great beauty, like Sister Jiqiu, who is very understanding. Long Linger pointed to Mu Jiqiu and smiled. I only have some questions about cultivation, Mu Jiqiu said, somewhat tongue-tied, looking at Long Linger. Jiqiu, forget about her. Yi Futian smiled. As they mindlessly chatted, the sound drifted with the wind into the ear of Xiang Jiqing in the distance, which made her even sadder. Obviously, Yi Futian treated her differently than Long Linger and Mu Jiqiu. Even though Yi Futian had said that all was forgotten and now only treated her as a disciple of the Holy Ji Palace, that sense of distance was an undeniable fact laying in front of her. Perhaps she should never had unrealistic fantasies. Chapter 886. 2 years quickly passed. 2 years quickly passed. It was the year 10015 of the Divine Prefecture calendar. Yi Futian came to the 9th State College to train again after 3 years past. Yi Futian first paid a visit to Saintly when he arrived at the college. Saintly greeted him personally this time, and both sides talked for quite a while. It was said that the conversations were joyous for both of them. Saintly then issued an order, allowing Yi Futian to come and go from the college's library as he pleased. The 9th State College had a long history, and all sorts of books and classics were found within the library, making it a treasure chest of sorts. There were even parts of the library which were restricted to the students of the college, yet it was all open for Yi Futian of the Holy Ji Palace. It became the talk of the college, and many felt displeased at the privileged treatment he received. While there was no doubt that Yi Futian's talents were exceptional, others deemed it to be senseless to open parts that were even restricted for them, students of the college itself, to an outsider. While the order spoke volume of St. Lee's generosity, it was seen to be rather unfair to the students of the college. Many grew to resent Yi Futian more, seeing him entering the herb garden to train again. That fellow has indeed made the 9th State College his personal training ground. Many came to be jealous and envious at how Saintly and Saint Jian, the towering figures of the college, actively helped him in his training. Many cursed at Yi Futian deep down, resenting him for being so adept at using other people's resources to further his own ends. There were also those who recalled the scandal involving him and Goddess Dai several years ago, and mocked him as a shameless playboy for daring to show up again. But then again, there were also those who were impressed at Yi Futian's prowess at wooing people, wondering how he had tricked Saintly, Saint Jian, and Goddess Dai. Futian turned a blind eye to all the noise outside. Excellent people always drew the ire of others after all. At the moment, Futian was chatting away with Goddess Dai, who many from the Nine State College came to admire. Is it going to be more dangerous this time? Futian asked. Little Butterfly rolled her eyes and said, Of course. I haven't even got the required herbs together yet. It will take some time. You know how terrifying those medicines will be. You should have come later, or maybe you wouldn't need to show up at all. My teacher can't go all the way to the barren state and kidnap you. She sounded rather resentful with her words. The medicine tests those years ago, which lasted for 81 days, had her living in fright all the time. I don't get it. Your teacher has already become a saint. What the hell would you show up here to get tortured for? I promised Saint Jiang to go through the tests and I intend to keep my word. Futian added. Besides, while the tests look rather frightening, I kind of look forward to it at the same time. The rounds of tests years ago made him understand that Saint Jiang was not looking for medical testing candidates for destruction. Instead, Saint Jiang had wanted to make breakthroughs in expanding the limitations of training. The last rounds of medicine tests yielded fantastic results, which was why he showed up at his own will now. If he were to be able to go through all 3 rounds of medical tests, his defense would grow exponentially. Right, look forward to it all you want then. Brother said that he will be the one supervising your baths this time. What do you think of that? Little Butterfly glared at Futian. She had been worried sick for him the last time he went through the test, and he had the gall to claim that he enjoyed it. To her, those tests were hell. Please, no. Futian recalled Su Shihan's bone-chillingly cold face. It would be torturous to have someone like that watching him. Little Butterfly, you know well that your brother doesn't get along with me. I'd rather have you around. Being stared at by a man will make me feel antsy. Futian rubbed his nose and felt rather embarrassed. So you're saying you're fine with me watching you instead? Little Butterfly said exasperatedly to Futian. Just what kind of excuse is this? But she quickly blushed as soon as she finished, feeling that her words had come out all wrong. Well, you've seen everything, and I've gotten used to it, Futian said rather meekly. Little Butterfly got even more embarrassed before turning around and saying, I'll get the herbs ready. And by the way, that's how brother is. Don't take it to heart. Little Butterfly, Futian called. I'm thinking of going to the library tomorrow. I've got permission from Senior Saintly, but I don't know where it is. Lead the way, will you? Nice. Little Butterfly stopped walking and turned around, then said, Let's go then. Futian came beside her and said, As for your brother, I won't be petty with him. Speaking of which, your brother is rather nice to you. Su Chehan came all the way to warn him before, and he had done so for Little Butterfly. While Futian felt rather irked at the treatment he received, he saw no reason to take it to heart. Yeah, he has always been nice to me. Little Butterfly nodded slightly, and both of them chatted while walking quite a distance, heading towards the library. The Nine State College was a huge place, and the sight of Futian walking with Goddess Dai in their place students' hearts ache even more. It was, after all, Goddess Dai, the prettiest girl found in the college. The bastard is already married and he dares to come here to woo and trick our kind, pure Goddess Dai. He is lower than an animal. Many discussed ganging up on him and beating him to a pulp. Yet they quickly realized that they were probably no match for him. The library in the Nine State College was huge and it contained up to 1 million books covering all aspects of training, including introductions to professions and life spirits seen before, as well as powers of rules. Needless to say, the place did not lack books regarding training methods and spells. It had everything from low planes to high planes, and there were even experiences left behind by seniors of the college, carved into jade scrolls. Futian entered the library, and was immediately lost at where to begin. He had made great strides in his training for the past 2 years or so, but had encountered some problems nonetheless. Other than to ask for guidance from figures of higher planes and spar with them, looking into books was another sensible option. As such, he came all the way to the Nine State College and asked Saintly if he was permitted to enter the library. The saint agreed without hesitation, and Yi Futian felt very grateful. Introduction to Saint Rankings and the Saints. Yi Futian caught sight of a book by chance and stopped. He had done his share of research back in the barren state, but the details had been lacking. The village chief and teacher should be on the saint ranking of the 9 states sage and saint ranking, eh? Yi Futian took the book and flipped to the first page. There were but several words on it. First place of the saint rankings, the great shaman. There were no names and no further titles. There were only 3 words to describe the person who was number 1. Who is this great shaman guy? Yi Futian asked quietly. My teacher says that the great shaman is a very old and powerful saint. He was of the same era as the sword saint of the void. Little Butterfly then added, I'm guessing that he is no longer in the 9 states, but somehow, his name is retained in the saint rankings. Yi Futian nodded slightly and continued flipping through the pages. Second place of the saint rankings, Ji Yuan, also known as the Reaper. There were some introductions of the person below. Ji Yuan the Reaper trained in the great path of death, and it was extremely gruesome, so much so that he had invoked Emperor Xia's ire, and the Emperor, in turn, ordered someone to destroy his holy land, the abyss of death, forbidding him from carving out his divine path in the 9 states. However, the Emperor spared him due to knowing that Ji Yuan's training had been arduous. But after that, news regarding Ji Yuan the Reaper was seldom heard. There were rumors about him having left quite a while ago, and there were also rumors about him training in seclusion. The 2 who were ranked at the top 2 places of the saint rankings were extremely frightening people. As for Saint Xia, who was ranked 3rd, he was comparatively weaker. However, due to the first 2 having practically disappeared, Saint Xia came to become the number 1 in the 9 states in a way. It was due to such circumstances that he enjoyed an extremely prestigious status throughout the 9 states. Yi Futian continued flipping the pages and, as expected, he found the village chiefs and his teachers' names on the saint rankings. The village chief was ranked 30th, as he was probably the only one who was able to fight the sacred king and bolt unscathed at his level. At the first plane of the saint plane, there seemed to be no one who ranked higher than the village chief, so the ranking was hardly surprising. As for his teacher, he had never achieved any gleaming success as a saint, and the last battle with the sacred king had him completely overpowered. As such, he was at the bottom of the saint rankings, 73rd. The saint rankings had 72 people on it, but with the chess saint dead and the village chief appearing out of nowhere, the numbers were made even. Then, his teacher became a saint, which made the ranking consist of 73 people in total. Yi Futian was done flipping the pages and put the book back to its place, before finding another book right beside it, with the title reading, Divine Implements of the 9 States Rankings. There is a ranking like this? Yi Futian sported a peculiar expression and took the book out of curiosity. Every single holy land found in the 9 states had a handful of divine implements. However, due to there being many holy lands throughout the 9 states and some top forces having divine implements of their own, the total number of divine implements in existence was actually quite a huge sum. But then again, there were only 36 listed in the rankings, which presumably were the most renowned ones to be found. The number 1 divine implement on the rankings was called the Scepter of Control, which was the divine implement used by the great shaman, the number 1 on the saint rankings. The divine implement ranked 2nd was the Eye of the Abyss, a spiritual type of devastating divine implement, which, coincidentally, was used by Ji Yuan, 2nd on the saint rankings. The most powerful being wielding the most powerful divine implement seemed to fit the rules of the cultivators. It was quite common to see divine implements being fought over and taken. However, the 3rd divine implement on the ranking was no longer one controlled by the 3rd ranked saint on the saint rankings. It was the halberd of time and space named Nothingness. According to the records, it was currently lost in the endless ocean of the ocean state, and did not have an owner. Yi Futian continued to flip the pages and read about the divine implement rankings. A lot of powerful divine implements were recorded, and it deepened Yi Futian's understanding about the 9 states. Chapter 887. Yi Futian spent his time in the library when he was not training, during the days when the herbs were being prepared. There were quite a number of books regarding training methods, as well as rules and spells, which proved useful for his training. Futian spent his time in the library when he was not training, during the days when the herbs were being prepared. There were quite a number of books regarding training methods, as well as rules and spells, which proved useful for his training. Due to him often spending his time with Little Butterfly, many in the college saw him as a walking disaster of sorts. However, given how the most exceptional ones from the college had departed, there was no one who went to look for trouble with Futian, as they all knew where they stood compared to him. At that day, Futian came to the pools again after several years. He sat near a pool and gazed forward. The pool was still filled with liquid, yet a ring of mist surrounded the pool itself. He was more than aware of the insanely destructive aura emanating from the pool just from sitting beside it. He actually felt restless and insecure just being around it, which was an apparent sign that he knew trouble was coming. The second round of medical tests was performed over the same duration as the first round, 81 days. It was the first day he was to enter the pool, and he looked very grim. The memory of his first try several years ago was still fresh in his mind. The herbs that I was asked to prepare this time were ones meant to attack the spiritual will, which makes it different from the previous round, Little Butterfly explained with a gentle voice. While she had often joked about the tests with Futian before, when the time came for the tests to be performed, she was still very nervous. As she was the one who prepared the herbs, she knew exactly what was in the pool. I get it, Little Butterfly. This is the 7th time you reminded me about it, Futian replied with a smile in a seemingly nonchalant manner. Begin then. Little Butterfly did not bother saying anything else afterward. Futian nodded and took a deep breath before walking to the pool with his shirt off and then stepping right into it. He was completely submerged shortly after. A low grunt was heard and Little Butterfly clenched her fists tightly as she looked at Futian in the pool. He was tilting his head up slightly with his eyes closed as if he was experiencing immense pain. Futian felt his soul shudder at the moment. His spiritual will seemed to be drowned by a terrifying power. He seemed to have lost possession of his entire body and became transparent. He was stripped of any defense, and was laid bare before the onslaught of the terrifying power. It was just as Little Butterfly had reminded him. The tests this time were not meant to attack the body. They were tests meant to attack one's spiritual will. He felt as if his spiritual will was being thoroughly torn apart, corroded, and crushed. The light of his life spirit gleamed, and his spiritual will took the form of a stout, magnificent, and godly ape. The light of the stars coursed around him, protecting him. However, the dark aura simply drowned the ape in its entirety, gradually eroding it as continuous streams of the dark aura continued to encroach his mind. In the place within the herb garden where Saint Jiang lived, he came before that statue once again and sat there quietly, staring at the beautiful silhouette and spacing out. It was the day when Futian's second round of medicine tests began, and it was anyone's guess if he would be able to withstand it. None who took the tests before had been able to make it to the very end, but he had faith in Futian. As someone who was of incredible renown throughout the 9 states and of supreme talents, if even he were to fail, then there would be little meaning to the tests after that, and that meant that his thoughts had been erroneous from the very beginning. Saint Jiang moved after spending quite some time standing around doing nothing. He turned around and walked outside. The test should have been over by then. He came before the hall and stood there quietly. 2 figures were seen walking in his direction shortly after. Teacher! Little Butterfly called with a smile, and she seemed to be in a good mood. Futian, who had just finished the test, was right beside her. However, he felt rather ill at the moment, and very exhausted, as if his spiritual powers had been completely used up. His head felt like it was going to crack open, and the experience proved to be more terrifying than any of the previous rounds. Saint Jiang laid his eyes on Futian and looked rather calm. He then asked, "How do you feel?" "Not good." Futian looked at Saint Jiang and wore a bitter smile on his face. "Why are you doing all those tests, senior, if I may ask?" He had become quite familiar with Saint Jiang after spending so many days around him, and as such, he went straight to the point with his question. He was not quite sure of the objectives of the tests. I'll tell if you're able to make it through all of them, St. Jiang replied. Yeah, well, I'll go get some rest then, Futian replied curtly and left. If St. Jiang was reluctant to tell him, there was simply nothing he could do to make the saint talk. Futian trained for a bit after returning and restored his powers for a bit. When the sky turned dark, he took out the guqin and began practicing. The flowing sound of his tune reverberated about the herb garden, and it sounded rather lonesome. Futian stopped after playing for quite a bit, and it was only then that he felt his spiritual powers were restored. He closed his eyes and expanded his spiritual powers outwards and felt immediately that everything around him seemed to be clearer than before. He was able to sense minute changes in the wind and the fragrances of herbs planted far away. Futian's brow twitched and he opened his eyes, looking rather puzzled. While his spiritual powers had indeed improved somewhat, the improvement was considerable. However, he was nonetheless able to feel that his spiritual powers had become sharper, enabling him to better immerse himself in his surroundings. This is something, Futian mumbled to himself quietly before continuing to train. He went for tests again on the very next day. It marked the day when his days spent doing medical tests in the herb garden truly began. Every day was an excruciating one for the entire 81 days. There were still quite a lot of people talking about his relationship with Little Butterfly. He spent some of his time in the college's library to read up on training methods. As such, most of his time was spent in tranquility. Other than Little Butterfly being tense during the test processes, there was little stimulation to his days. Futian finished the excruciating 81-day ordeal before he knew it. With that, the second round of tests was cleared. When Futian walked out of the pool unscathed, Little Butterfly hung her head low. The hair on her forehead seemed wet from the surrounding mist. When she looked up at Futian, there was a smile in her beautiful eyes. She looked less sacred and more pure at that moment. Put this on. Little Butterfly smiled and went to put a coat on Futian. I'll do it myself. Futian smiled and replied. Don't go having thoughts about this. It's just a present for making it through the tests, she said as she put the coat on him. Her smile was pure and flawless. There was nothing else on her mind. Even if you had some thoughts, I guess you came too late. I'm a married man after all. Futian looked relaxed and joked with her. It made her blush somewhat and she glared at him. You said it as if I am the one taking advantage of you. That's a given, Futian replied seriously. Little Butterfly kicked his leg lightly in response before turning around and saying, I'll go report to my teacher. I'll go with you. Futian rushed up to her. The 2 rounds of tests enabled Futian and Little Butterfly to become very familiar with each other. Other than matters pertaining to the tests, they would also spend their time talking about other things. They were good friends and knew each other well, which was why they were able to joke like that with each other. Do you know what I was thinking when you came up? Little Butterfly asked gently. Futian shook his head and asked, What were you thinking then? You survived. Little Butterfly then added, It kind of felt like I had just been through a life and death situation with you and came back. Is it that terrifying? Futian shrugged casually, although the 81-day ordeal had indeed been rather terrifying. Yeah. Little Butterfly nodded. Her head hung low and she did not seem excited. She knew well what he had gone through. It's fine. Everything is in the past now. I have one last round to go and I'll make it, Futian said, as if he was sure of himself. Little Butterfly lifted her head and looked forward. A gleam was seen in her eyes. He had made it through the last 2 rounds of medicine tests, and he would definitely make it through the last one. Before both of them reached St. Jiang's residence, a voice was heard from far away. I know. Come to me again when you're at an archmage level, and a middle-level one to boot. Futian stopped dead in his tracks and bowed slightly in St. Jiang's direction, before turning around and leaving. Where are you going? Little Butterfly turned around and asked. Back to my place, Futian answered. Yeah. She looked puzzled at the answer. She then glared at him after seeing him smiling rather sheepishly at her. Relax, I'm not going to leave before saying my goodbyes, Futian said and took his leave, waving at her for a bit. Futian did not leave the nine-state college immediately after the medical tests were done. Instead, he spent some more time training in the college. He developed some realizations after spending days doing the tests, and he needed some more time to regain his peace through training. Another month passed and Futian was seen sitting cross-legged at his place in the herb garden. His spiritual powers expanded through his surroundings. The wind blew, and there were slivers of currents flowing around him. Swishing sounds were heard within Futian's life spirit, enabling his body to shine with a holy sheen, as though his spiritual powers had melded with his surroundings. In the space where his spiritual powers permeated, everything looked crystal clear, as if he was able to control everything within with just one thought. A formless rules of wind flowed, and pieces of rocks in the compound he was in were lifted into the air. Minute pieces seemed to have been lifted in the air as well. Futian willed and a formless power of rules washed throughout the entire space. Everything seemed to have been rendered motionless. The wind was no longer around, yet the rocks and minute pieces remained hovering mid-air. Split! Futian's lips moved and a word was heard. The hovering rocks and pieces were crushed right then and there. All of them were destroyed by some unseen power at the same time, turning to dust. A terrifying aura continued to shroud the entire place. Futian opened his eyes and they shimmered as if they held powers capable of tearing space apart. A silhouette appeared without making a sound, and it was none other than Qin Zhuang. While there had not been a war breaking out between the Great Zhou's sacred dynasty and the Holy Ji Palace for the past several years, they were gathering their forces and amassing power in whatever form. However, there was no way Futian would have ventured anywhere far without escorts. Qin Zhuang had been by his side all that while. Qin Zhuang's expression was sharp and solemn as he felt the power of rules in the air. He turned around to look at Futian and said, "Space tearing." Qin Zhuang was versed in space rules as well. Futian stood and nodded lightly. Space tearing was a type of space rules. He had developed space freezing before, and through his training in the college, he finally developed the power of space tearing, which sharpened his offensive powers somewhat. Space tearing shared some similarities with shredding rules, but space tearing was stronger. Furthermore, he was able to imbue that power into both rule spells and martial powers. He became a mid-level magi after spending 3 years in training. The 81 days spent doing medicine tests enabled his spiritual will to grow stronger, as well as augmenting his comprehension abilities. He became able to even fight against lower-level archmage as he was then. If he were to stack something more on top of all he had at the moment, he could become even stronger. Chapter 888. The next morning, Futian found Little Butterfly in the herb garden to say goodbye to her. The next morning, Futian found Little Butterfly in the herb garden to say goodbye to her. Little Butterfly looked up at Futian, smiled, and said, "I knew this day would come, but when it comes time to actually say goodbye, I can't do it. It seems like I've gotten used to you these past few days. See you next time, although I don't know how many years it'll be. I'm the same way. If you have a chance, come visit me in the barren state," Futian responded. Little Butterfly nodded. "Are you going to return directly to the barren state?" "No, I'll probably go out and see the world a bit. Once they get back, I will return." The they he was talking about were those who had left with Xia Qingyuan. Little Condor was in the palace. As soon as they got back, he would know. "Where do you want to go?" asked Little Butterfly. "The endless sea in the ocean state," said Futian. Little Butterfly was stunned. "So far?" There were many places to train in the 9 states, and the summer state was vast. Shi State, Cloud State, and War State all surrounded the summer state, and all of them were very strong. To get to the ocean state, you had to cross through the eastern state. It was even farther than the barren state. Thus, she had some misgivings. She didn't know why Futian had chosen the ocean state. "I'll go around Shi State and Feng State. I can cultivate on the road. The whole road is a trial road. The 9 states is so vast, there are still many places I haven't been to." Futian smiled and said, "Later, I will return to the barren state by way of the ocean state." Little Butterfly understood what he meant. This was a roundabout way to return to the barren state. According to Futian, these past 2 or 3 years, he had always been shut away, cultivating. In Nine-State College, he had also been cultivating with the medical trials. He should take the time to get out and experience the world. I've heard that the ocean state is the biggest in the 9 states. It is located beside the endless sea. There are no boundaries there. If I had a chance, I'd also like to go see it. Little Butterfly smiled and said, "Why don't you go check it out for me first?" "All right." Futian nodded. "Have a good trip," said Little Butterfly with a smile. "Say goodbye to St. Jiang for me. I don't want to bother him." Little Butterfly nodded. "I'm off," Futian said lightly. He turned to leave, waving as he went. Little Butterfly watched him leave, wondering if the endless sea could hide his lofty ambitions. She hoped to one day see him standing at the peak of the cultivators of the 9 states. Futian left quietly, not disturbing anyone in Nine-State College other than Little Butterfly. He and Qin Zhuang had small goals, and with Qin Zhuang's incredible speed, it was hard to see them. Thus, they were able to leave without anyone knowing. It was not until a few days later that the people at Nine-State College realized that Futian had left. Although many people had been talking badly about him those last few days, after he left, the college seemed a little less fun, and everyone felt very strange. Later, some people said they had seen Futian in the southern part of the summer state. It was said that after the Great Zhou's Sacred King's people found out that Futian had left Nine-State College, they sent out many people to look for him, wanting to kill him outside, but they could find no trace of him. Afterward, there was news from Qi State that people from the Holy Land there had seen him. He had played music in the area controlled by Yu House, attracting many of the women there, leaving behind a story, and then disappearing quietly. Later, there was news that Futian had appeared in Ghost City, but no one knew if this was true or not. In the year 10,016 of the Divine Prefecture calendar, countless island towns were situated on the endless sea. Some of the towns had almost no people, and some of them had populations so large they were almost uncountable. But no matter how big the island towns were, they were only a part of the endless sea. With its clear sky that was so strikingly blue, it could make people open their hearts. The endless sea was like a holy land on earth. But in reality, the endless sea was not a holy land. On the contrary, it was the most inhospitable place in the 9 states, even worse than the thousands of mountains in the Cloud State. This was because there were too many sea monsters in the waters, and some of them had even formed groups. In the endless sea, human cultivators hunted sea monsters, and sea monsters also hunted cultivators. Thus, this beautiful endless ocean hid unimaginable dangers. The extremely harsh conditions also gave cultivators a stronger desire for power. Now, in one place in the endless ocean, there was no blue sky, only a terrible dark storm that engulfed everything. Vast waves rolled and screamed as the terrible storm formed by a hurricane broke everything. In the center of the dark storm, you could occasionally hear dragon roars. Inside the dark vortex, there was a terrible sight. Here, a dark dragon, hundreds of meters in length, circled in the air, its eyes full of violence and ferocity. It stared coldly at the small human before it. As the storm swept by, the human was engulfed and seemed insignificant. But he stood so calmly in the storm, with a bit of a sarcastic smile on his lips as he looked at the huge dragon before him. This figure was Futian, who had come to Ocean State to train. He had experienced many attacks on the endless sea, but this opponent was the strongest. It was a dark dragon that was almost at the sage level. The dragon shot forward with a roar, opened its ferocious mouth, and breathed at Futian. Terrible dark flames consumed the spot where Futian was and seemed to burn his body. The dark flames contained terrible destructive power, and ferocity flashed in the dragon's eyes. Futian seemed to not feel it. He still stood there calmly, letting the dark flames burn his body as he stood steadfastly. Roar! The dark dragon felt humiliated. Its several hundred-meter body rolled up into the sky, and it whipped its tail with incomparable power at Futian, causing the waves to roar. A star curtain appeared around Futian, and it was like there were real stars protecting his body. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang out. The star curtain was broken, but the power of the dark dragon's attack also disintegrated. Futian swept his gaze over his opponent indifferently. "If you want me to take action, don't be so polite." Roar! With another loud bellow, the dragon's claws shot out towards Futian. This puny human had ordered him to be his mount. That was unforgivable. "Impenetrably stupid," Futian said indifferently, then stepped forward into the storm. A terrible rule power appeared in a flash. Futian stretched out his hand and clenched it into a fist. Suddenly there was a terrific stream of rule power flowing around his fist. As soon as he stepped forward, he flashed towards the huge dragon like a bolt of lightning. His opponent's claws were bigger than him, and they slashed downwards, trying to tear him to pieces. The endless stream flowed across Futian's arm and gathered on his fist. When the dragon slashed his claws at him, Futian thrust out his own fist like a flash of lightning. The scene was like an ant trying to topple a tree. He looked like he had a death wish. However, a pained roar came out of the dark storm. The dark dragon's claws were covered in blood. But he seemed not to have felt it. His head swooped down at Futian as he opened his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to swallow him in one gulp. Futian did not dodge, but the star curtain around him became like actual stars. As the dragon's giant maw came down, they blocked him at the corners of his mouth. His incredibly sharp teeth were smashed by the star curtain. "You're too weak," said Futian, and he punched once again. Suddenly, the rest of the dragon's teeth shattered, and his roar of pain shook the storm. The dragon fluttered wildly. He wanted to spit Futian out. Bang, bang, bang. A string-out sounds rang out. With each attack, the dragon's teeth were smashed even further. "I submit." A human voice came forth from the dragon. Futian rushed forward and brought his fist down on the descending dragon's head. The dragon's body trembled fiercely as it plunged downwards towards the sea. "Take me to a bigger island city nearby," ordered Futian. The dark dragon righted himself up and flew up into the storm. Futian had a goal besides training on the road. He wanted to try his luck and see if he would have a chance to get the third divine implement on the divine implement ranking, the halberd of time and space. 3 years ago at Saint Xia's banquet, he had sensed a crisis. His sacred war with the great Zhou's sacred king was his current dilemma, but potential opponents he might face also included the Jisheng cliffs of Yu State, and even Shihua's sacred mountain. Saint Ji had also shown hostility towards him. Although he was the palace lord of a holy land, and they would not dare to trifle with him, that did not mean they wouldn't pose a threat to him in the future. There was nothing wrong with taking precautions. Besides lacking top-notch military power, the barren state also lacked divine implements. Most of the top divine implements on the divine implement ranking had owners. Only the halberd of time and space had been lost in the endless sea. Thus, he had come here to try and find it. If he did not find it, it didn't matter, as this was only a trial. Chapter 889. Cliff State City was an island city located in the eastern part of the Endless Sea. It was the most powerful city within 100,000 miles. The strongest cultivators of this island city were at the sage level, and there were several of them. Cliff State City was an island city located in the eastern part of the Endless Sea. It was the most powerful city within 100,000 miles. The strongest cultivators of this island city were at the sage level, and there were several of them. The winds of war blew very strongly in Cliff State City. At this time there were many cultivators on the beaches preparing to go into the sea and hunt monsters. This was a common trial for Cliff State City cultivators. If they didn't hunt the monsters in the sea around them, the monsters would gather in greater numbers and attack the city. Additionally, many powerful monsters had treasure all over their bodies. A huge wave crashed upon the shore, knocking many people back. The waves were huge, and they were hitting one after another. Everyone felt this was quite strange. What was going on? "Come quickly!" came someone's surprised yell. Someone looked up and saw a huge monster in the distance. "A monster is attacking, prepare to fight!" Go tell the guards quickly! The yells came one after another. Cliff State had stationed troops on the coast specifically to repel monster invasions. A line of figures rose into the air in full battle array. It's a dragon! The large figure in the distance gradually became clearer. Many people trembled in their hearts. This dragon was hundreds of meters long. It was at least a king-level monster, and those were top-level. The dark dragon broke through the water, sending out huge waves, and approached the coastline. Many people who had cultivated weakly were forced to retreat, showing their nervousness. There's someone on it, a noble-level cultivator said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and then they saw a white-robed figure standing calmly on top of the dragon. He let the wind and waves blow on him, but he stood there steadfast. Someone was coming out of the sea, riding on a dragon. This scene was visually shocking. No need to worry, he's probably a monster hunter, a middle-aged man standing in midair said. Everyone relaxed. It didn't look like a monster attack. Soon, the dragon flew up into the sky on the wind, and then slowly landed on the beach. Many people's gazes were drawn to its giant figure, and their hearts trembled. This must be a king-level dragon, someone guessed. If that was the case, what level was the young man? He's so handsome, a female cultivator exclaimed. His robes were white as snow, his hair black as ink. He stood up straight as he stepped on the dragon's head, fascinating everyone. Futian cast his gaze around the group of people. He had gleaned a rough understanding of the situation in Lower Ocean State from the collection in the 9-State College Library. But the endless ocean was so big, and there were so many island cities that he could not possibly know them all. Even the books in the library did not document them well. Thus, he had grabbed a dragon to lead the way for him. Now, an upper noble-level middle-aged man came forward and bowed to him. I am Lu Yuan of Cliff State. Are you from Cliff State? The others couldn't see it, but he had a feeling this dragon might be a great monster of the sage level. This meant that this cultivator, who looked quite young, must also be a sage. Of course, it was also possible that he was not as young as he seemed. Cliff State, Futian whispered. He looked at the middle-aged man. My name is Yi Huang. I am not from Cliff State, but have come from far away to train. He did not use his real name. After all, the name Futian was too famous, and there were too many people in the 9 states who knew it. If he was recognized, it would affect his journey and could attract the great Zhou's sacred king's attention. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. This kind of situation was common in the Endless Sea. Father, isn't this dragon a high-level demon king? A young man and a young woman came over. They were 18 or 19 years old. When they saw Futian standing atop the dragon, their eyes were full of curiosity. The dark dragon's massive eyes swept over the young people. A demon king? I am one step away from the sage level. My rage can shake Cliff State City. But I ran into this monstrous human. You'll have to ask Master Yi. Lu Yuan pointed to Futian. Senior, you're so cool. I want you to teach me. The youth looked at Futian with faces full of worship. He had ridden a dragon to get there. He was so cool. Lu Qin, you're too unruly. The woman beside him sneered. Then she looked at Futian. Brother Yi, he is not worthy. It would be better for you to take me as a disciple. Who's not worthy, Lu Yen? The youth said angrily. Shut up, you two. Lu Yuan scolded them. The two of them seemed to not understand that the one before them was at the sage level. My son and daughter are stubborn and stupid, please don't blame them, he said to Futian. No problem. Futian looked at the two of them indifferently, like he was a master. Lu Qing, Lu Yen, he said to them. Yes. They nodded. I won't take you as disciples, but I'll be staying in Cliff State for a little while. I don't know for how long, but while I'm here, I can give you some pointers, said Futian. Lu Yuan had cultivated to the peak of the noble level, and he probably knew many things about this island city. He was ready to start looking for information about the halberd of time and space. The two of them were stunned and then looked excited. Thank you, Master. They both bowed. I said you're not my disciples. Call me Brother Yi. Yi Futian smiled as he said this. A teacher for a day is a father for life, said Lu Qing with a smile. Ah, I still haven't invited you in for a rest. Lu Yuan obviously had no objections. To have a sage be willing to instruct his children was all that he could wish for. Yi Futian floated up and cast a cold glance at the dragon. Go, he said. The dragon looked at him with his huge eyes, then turned away and rushed into the sea, sending up a huge wave. Those around him twitched when they saw this scene. He just let a king-level dragon go? Lu Yuan also looked at him deeply. He wanted to say something but didn't. Brother Yi, you let such a strong mount go. Lu Qing looked a bit disappointed. That dragon was a top-level demon king. Sort of. Yi Futian nodded. Actually, he already controlled that dragon. If he didn't achieve his goal in Cliff State City, he would call back the dragon to take him somewhere else. You're so nosy, Lu Qing. Brother Yi must be tired from training out there. Come back to our house to rest and I'll personally cook something for you. With what cooking skills? You don't get to eat any. The two of them kept bickering. Yi Futian smiled. Youth was a good time, full of vitality. As the group started forward, Lu Yuan asked Yi Futian, Master Yi, do you have any plans for this trip? Although he was happy to have a sage teaching his children, he was still a little nervous. He was a stranger after all, and he didn't know what kind of a person he was. I plan on going to the ruins of where the halberd of time and space was to go through trials. I'm going to look for them in Cliff State City. Do you have any information about this? Yi Futian asked Lu Yuan. Hearing Yi Futian's words put Lu Yuan's mind at ease, and he said, In that case, you're very clever to have come here. There is news of this in Cliff State City. The Lu family is one of the top families in the city. Although I am just from a branch of the family, there are two members of the direct line who are powerful figures and have been recognized by the Ocean Palace. It is said that they are going to the Lost Ruins together to undergo trials, and this place is also where the halberd of time and space is. Yi Futian's eyes flashed. It seemed that his luck was quite good. In this case, he wouldn't have to waste too much time. Unfortunately, I don't think it will be easy for you to go with them. Lu Yuan frowned as he thought of something. I will go mingle with them and see if I can recommend you to them. After all, he was only a member of a branch of the Lu family and had no right to speak. Especially since those two were so dazzling, and would have a chance to cultivate on the same plane. They might just completely ignore him. Father, are you talking about Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan? Asked Lu Yen. Lu Yuan nodded. Lu Yen suddenly looked fascinated. These two powerful members of the Lu clan who were in their 30s were on the sage plane. Lu Zixuan, in particular, was a mid-level sage and was almost a mythical figure in Cliff State City. Her father had said that even if you looked all around Ocean State, this cultivation speed was frightening. It was no wonder that the Ocean Palace had made an exception and wanted to accept them into the Holy Land to cultivate. However, if they ran into these two legendary figures from the Lu clan on the road, they would probably not even stop to look at them. They lived in two different worlds. If Yi Futian wanted to journey with them, it wouldn't be easy. Although Yi Futian had shocked them by riding in on a dragon, some ideas were ingrained in them. The names Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were legendary in Cliff State City. They didn't know that the man before them who had agreed to train them was legendary in all of the 9 states. Lu Yuan had not lied to Yi Futian. The Lu clan was the most powerful in Cliff State City. They were located in the center of the city, and their residence towered like an imperial palace. Now many people had gathered outside one of their great halls. The clan leader had called all the branches of the family together to discuss official business. I have received word that not only will the Ocean Palace participate in this journey to the ruins, 2 other great holy lands of the Ocean State, the Celestial Cliffs, and the North Deep will also participate, said the clan chief of the Lu clan. There was suddenly a wave of uproar. 3 great holy lands of the Ocean State journeying together? Could it be that the holy lands of the Ocean State really wanted the halberd of time and space to go out into the world? They had never succeeded at this for many years. And now it would still be difficult. I don't know the details, but it must be a trial for the 3 holy lands. You all should know that in a month people from the Ocean Palace will come here to Cliff State City. At that time, Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan will journey together to the Ocean Palace to cultivate. I called you here today to choose the best people to send along with them. Chapter 890. Lu Yuan was from a side family of the Lu clan that lived northwest of the Lu clan, far away from the central region. Their location was a direct representation of how their family was faring. However, although they were not in the central region, they also owned a compound. Futian lived here for a few days, waiting for news from Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan was from a side family of the Lu clan that lived northwest of the Lu clan, far away from the central region. Their location was a direct representation of how their family was faring. However, although they were not in the central region, they also owned a compound. Futian lived here for a few days, waiting for news from Lu Yuan. Lu Qing and Lu Yan would often pester Futian to teach them in his free time. The 2 kids were filled with energy, and would call him Big Brother Yi and occasionally praise him, making even Futian a little smug. He secretly thought to himself that they got familiar with him too easily. With his current cultivation level, teaching 2 little fellows in the Arcana plane was no problem to him. Just casually teaching them was enough for the 2 of them to benefit greatly. Mr. Yi, good news. At that moment, in the courtyard that Futian resided in, Lu Yuan walked in. Futian looked towards him as he heard Lu Yuan say, "The clan leader has given the order that the Lu clan's outstanding figures can follow along. When the Ocean Palace's experts descend, we can follow them into the ruins." Futian nodded and said, "If that's the case, I'll have to trouble Brother Lu. Okay, my eldest girl's potential is extraordinary, and she has a say within the clan. I will ask her to interact with you and submit your name for a slot," Lu Yuan said. In the past few days, apart from cultivating, Futian had taught his daughters to cultivate, so he probably had no other motives. He was also completely at ease and was willing to try and help Futian. "If that's the case, thank you, Brother Lu." Futian nodded his head towards Lu Yuan. He could save himself some trouble by following the people from the Holy Lands. After all, the Ocean State's Holy Lands knew much more about the ruins than him, so he could leverage on them. "I won't disturb Mr. Yi then." Lu Yuan saluted him and left. He then looked towards Lu Qing and Lu Yan on the side and said, "Learn from your big brother Yi. Remember to ask him if you have any questions." "We know." Lu Yan was a little disgusted with her father's nagging and replied in an annoyed tone. Lu Yuan glared at her before leaving. "The seniority in the family is all messed up." Lu Yan mumbled to herself before walking to Futian's side and hugging his arm and asking, "Big Brother Yi, what cultivation level are you at now?" She could naturally see that her father's attitude towards Futian was special, so she faintly felt that Futian might be stronger than her father. There should be an acceptable distance between men and women. Is this appropriate? Futian looked at his hand. The lass had already clung onto him. As a lady 18 years of age, she was already completely developed. "I'm still young. Moreover, Big Brother Yi is not a stranger." Lu Yan grabbed Futian's arm and swung around. Futian thought to himself, it's really a woman's nature to act like a spoiled child. He looked at her, speechless, and said, "Don't be too ambitious. Try your best to reach the noble plane first." Lu Yan made a face at Futian after he refused to tell her. She then continued to say, "Big Brother Yi, be careful of my sister. She's a beauty." "So?" Futian replied, speechless. Her sister was most likely the eldest girl that Lu Yuan was talking about. "I'm just reminding you out of goodwill, don't get charmed by her," Lu Yan continued. "Don't worry." Futian glared at her and said, "Go and cultivate." For someone who had been used to Fox being beside him since he was 15, how could he be charmed by someone else? However, when he met Lu Yu the next day, he was still a little taken aback. Futian was cultivating in the courtyard when he saw a figure walking towards him. She was wearing a red body-hugging dress that showed her beautiful figure and highlighted her curves. The side view of her body also showed her stunning hourglass figure. Lu Yu's facial features were also exceptionally exquisite. Although she was extremely sexy, she did not give others an enchanting feel. Instead, she had an elegant aura. Her looks were outstanding and she was definitely worthy of being called a beauty. Of course, compared to beauties like Jiayu, Little Butterfly, and the Glass Saint, she was still a far cry away. Lu Yen walked to Yi Futian's side. Seeing Lu Yu walk over, she smiled and said in a soft voice to Yi Futian, "Beautiful, right?" Lu Yu seemed to have heard her and glared at her, saying, "Go and cultivate." "Okay," Lu Yen replied weakly and stood up to leave. She even winked at Yi Futian before leaving. Yi Futian was speechless. This lass had too many tricks up her sleeves. "Mr. Yi, don't mind her. This girl has always been like that," Lu Yu said to Yi Futian. "I have already experienced it." Yi Futian smiled and said, "Have a seat." Lu Yu looked at Yi Futian only to see his calm expression. There was no wavering in his eyes. It seemed like he was a cultivator in the sage plane, and had a firm frame of mind. "I heard from father that Mr. Yi wishes to go to the ruins to train yourself?" Lu Yu casually laid out her slender legs, giving others a captivating feeling. "Yes." Yi Futian did not admire her looks and seemed to care more about the ruins as he asked, "Is there any way to do so? In a few days, the people from the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, will be here. There will be a chance to follow them, but I have to warn you that this time, the 3 Holy Lands will descend together. If Mr. Yi wishes to obtain the treasure in the ruins, you will probably not get a chance, and the ruins will be very dangerous. Have you thought it through?" Lu Yu asked. These were all the things she had to make clear to let Yi Futian consider going for himself. "I understand." Yi Futian nodded as he replied. "Since that is so, I will submit Mr. Ye's name as Lu Qing and Lu Yan's master to fight for a slot. Please wait for news from me," Lu Yu replied. Yi Futian was not from the clan, so he needed an identity. "Okay." Yi Futian did not care about the details. "Finally, I have to ask Mr. Yi, is your cultivation in the noble plane or higher?" Lu Yu asked. "Higher," Yi Futian replied. "I understand. I'll take my leave then." Lu Yu stood up and left. If a sage plane cultivator was willing to follow them, the family would probably not reject him. Just as she was walking out, a figure walked towards her with his head held low and called out to her, "Sister." "What happened?" Lu Yu looked at the oncoming Lu Qing and asked. "Nothing," Lu Qing said, attempting to walk by her, but was grabbed by Lu Yu. He raised his head and she could see the bloodstains at the edge of his mouth. His shirt had also been torn and he was evidently injured. Lu Yu stared at Lu Qing. Feeling the pressure from her gaze, Lu Qing said, "I met Lu Yun outside just now." "You went to provoke him again?" Lu Yu asked. "I didn't." Lu Qing raised his head, then looked towards Yi Futian and said, "He was the one who poked fun at me. What did he say?" Lu Yu asked. Lu Qing had a shifty expression and did not reply. Yi Futian felt his gaze just now and asked, "It's related to me?" "It doesn't involve Big Brother Yi." Lu Qing shook his head and denied it. "Lu Yun is also part of the family, but he's from another branch that has ongoing disputes with our branch. That's why conflicts break out often." Lu Yan stood beside Yi Futian and explained softly. Yi Futian smiled, shaking his head. With his current frame of mind, it was merely children fighting to him. "What cultivation level is he?" Yi Futian asked Lu Qing. "He's the same level as me, but he found himself a strong master half a year ago, and has been improving rapidly. His combat ability is much stronger than before," Lu Qing replied. "The most important aspect of the Arcana plane is feeling one's connection with the heavens. If your comprehension ability is strong, you will be able to assimilate the will of the world into your attacks and not have to rely on techniques," Yi Futian said. "However, if you wish to learn, I'll teach you one move. After cultivating it for a period of time, you will be able to defeat him." With his current level, he naturally had a more thorough understanding of lower-level cultivation. "Really?" Lu Qing was stunned as he asked. "Yes," Yi Futian nodded and replied. "He would just treat it as helping the little guy vent his anger." I'll take my leave then. Lu Yu nodded at Yi Futian, then left. Big brother Yi, can you teach me now? Lu Qing appeared anxious as he requested. All right. Yi Futian nodded. He stood up and in an instant, the spiritual qi in the air materialized into a spear. Lu Qing cultivated in the art of the spear. I will demonstrate this strike using the ability you specialize in. Watch closely, Yi Futian said. He stepped forward and the spear pierced forward in Lu Qing's direction. He did not use any rule power, but the plain strike seemed to contort space-time. A terrifying might rushed forth from the spear. In that instant, Lu Qing felt as though he was suffocating. The spear had yet to reach him, but he had already felt waves of force rushing towards him with overwhelming power. He stood there blankly as the spear stopped in front of him and did not continue forward. Next, there was a fearsome sound wave that engulfed him, and Lu Qing's body was sent flying. He humphed as he felt an alarming force slamming into his body. He was hit purely by the residual might of the strike as Yi Futian did not continue attacking. Lu Qing stood up from the ground with an excited expression on his face. Did you see it clearly? Yi Futian asked. Yes. Lu Qing nodded animatedly and asked, Big brother Yi, what spear move is that? It was just a casual strike, it doesn't have a name. If you can't replicate it in one try, then do it 10 times, and 100 times to comprehend it. This one strike should be enough for you to deal with opponents on the same cultivation level as you, Yi Futian said. As an arcana plane cultivator, Lu Qing naturally understood that, and he felt his breathing become hasty. Big brother Yi was really strong, much stronger than his father. Go and cultivate then, Yi Futian said. Yes. Lu Qing nodded, then started to cultivate as though in a trance. Big brother Yi, you can't play favorites. Beside him, Lu Yen grabbed onto his sleeve and looked at him pitifully, as though she was suffering. Yi Futian pinched between his brows as he thought, this lass is always up to her antics. Fine, fine. Yi Futian was speechless as he sighed. He then taught Lu Yen some offensive techniques before she happily went off to cultivate on her own. Yi Futian sat quietly, watching the two of them cultivating seriously. A faint smile gradually appeared on his face. He remembered his own cultivation in the cottage when he was their age. That period of time was one of the most precious memories of his life. Yi Futian being in the Cliff State City did not cause any commotion, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It was now the day when the experts from the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, would descend. Lu Yu had invited Yi Futian to the Lu clan to watch. Chapter 891. In the central region of the Lu clan, there was a castle that stood tall. Crossing the flight of steps in front of the castle revealed a wide area. This was where the Lu clan would invite people for discussions. In the central region of the Lu clan, there was a castle that stood tall. Crossing the flight of steps in front of the castle revealed a wide area. This was where the Lu clan would invite people for discussions. At the moment, many people were arriving in the area. As the Cliff State City's #1 clan, the Lu clan had many cultivators. As it flourished, even those from the main branch could not know all the people from the side branches. As such, the various branches' positions were all determined by their strength. Yi Futian and the others had also arrived. He stood together with Lu Yuan's family. I have already reported the main branch about you wanting to join us. However, as you are not from the family, I will introduce you to an elder later. He will test you to qualify you, Lu Yu said softly beside Yi Futian. Okay, thank you. Yi Futian nodded in acknowledgement. No need. I also want to have a look this time, so we can head there together, Lu Yu said. Lu Yu, you didn't tell me about that. A glint flashed across Lu Yuan's eyes as he said, staring at his daughter. Father, my cultivation level is not lower than yours now. I should go out and wander the world. Usually you worry when I travel alone, but now I have the people from the Holy Lands leading the way. Why can't I go out and explore? Moreover, Big Brother Yi can also take care of me. Lu Yu looked at her father and said. It seemed that she had made the decision by herself. Yi Futian knew about the situation in the endless ocean. Due to the overwhelming amount of sea-dwelling demonic beasts, cultivators below the Sage Plain did not dare to traverse the ocean individually, as it was too dangerous. Futian himself had encountered numerous attacks from demonic beasts on the endless ocean. Lu Yu's potential was outstanding. Although she was already an upper-grade noble, she had probably never stepped out of the Cliff State City, and her experience was limited to merely hunting in the nearby regions. It was understandable that she would want to explore the outside world. But this is a relic exploration. Lu Yuan stared at her and said. Nobody knew what they would encounter there. I'm not alone. The family will have many experts going as well, Lu Yu replied obstinately. No. Lu Yuan rejected her firmly. I've already submitted my request and it's been approved, Lu Yu replied. Lu Yuan's expression instantly turned grim. We'll go walk around. Lu Qing and Lu Yan saw their father and sister arguing and immediately slipped away. They did not want to be caught up in the crossfire. Futian had a bitter smile and shook his head at Lu Yuan and Lu Yu's argument. However, he could understand both of their feelings. There was nobody in the wrong, and he naturally would not interfere with their personal decisions. He would not say anything like he would protect Lu Yu. After all, the relic was unknown to him. If Lu Yu really went, he would do his best, but he would not promise anything about matters unknown to him. Moreover, his plan was to hide within the crowd in the relic and not attract attention. Otherwise, if others knew about his identity, they would keep a close eye on him. At that moment, a commotion started and countless gazes looked towards it. A group of figures had appeared above the stairs outside the castle. Futian also looked in that direction and saw a majestic elder standing in the middle. He had a superior aura around him. He was likely the Lu clan leader. More people were looking at the two people beside him. On his left was a handsome teenage man with an elegant aura. He was one of the two most outstanding people in the Lu clan's younger generation, Lu Shi. However, it was the woman on the right that attracted the most attention. The first impression that she gave others was one of extreme pride. She looked to be in her 20s and her looks were flawless. Just by standing there casually, she gave people a holy feel. She was the Lu clan's most outstanding young generation member in 100 years, Lu Zixuan. Be it her cultivation potential or her looks, she was the epitome of the Lu clan. Before her, everyone in the Lu clan paled in comparison. Even Lu Yu, beside Futian, was dwarfed by her looks. Lu Yu looked at her and thought to herself, a person like Lu Zixuan would probably feel right at home in the Ocean State's Holy Land. Sometimes, Lu Yu was jealous of Lu Zixuan. She was born with a halo, born into the main family, and had exceptional potential. When she was young, the clan's elders had brought her to see the outside world and adventure far beyond, traveling to many of the island cities within the endless ocean, while Lu Yu had been born to a branch family and her father was only an elite noble. Therefore, she had not been to any island cities outside of Cliff State City. Isn't someone who was born with a halo dazzling? Lu Yu asked softly, looking at Futian. She saw Futian also looking in that direction, as though he was attracted to Lu Zixuan. She's fine. Futian felt Lu Yu looking at him, and nodded lightly as he replied. Lu Zixuan was indeed exceptional. Lu Yu smiled. Previously, when Futian had seen her, he had been very calm. However, it seemed that he was now being fascinated by Lu Zixuan. Although she is exceptional, don't have any wishful thoughts about her. A genius like her has been blessed by God since birth. The only people who could be a match for her are probably prodigies from holy lands, Lu Yu said in a soft voice. She was not belittling Futian, as she said so in a playful tone. I don't have any thought about her. Futian smiled and replied. Really? Lu Yu replied with a knowing smile, looking at Futian. Evidently, she did not believe him. Any man would have fantasies when seeing a woman like Lu Zixuan, it was only natural. I have come from very far away to Cliff State City to have an adventure. I have met more outstanding women than her in the outside world. Futian smiled and replied. He did not tell Lu Yu that he had not only met them but had also been in a relationship with them. Futian naturally understood that a person's thoughts were limited by their environment. To Lu Yu, Lu Zixuan was the most perfect woman that she had ever seen. She had a brilliant halo around her that nobody could compete with. Lu Zixuan was the same as well. She had been the most brilliant existence in Cliff State City since she was born. As such, just by standing there, others could feel her extreme pride, as though commoners were unfit to be near her. Naturally, Futian would not think about going near her. He had no lack of outstanding women around him. Is that so? Lu Yu smiled and replied. Evidently, she did not believe Futian's words. She felt that he was probably speaking against his will. Even if Futian had really met more perfect women, it would not stop him from being attracted to a woman like Lu Zixuan. I have also heard stories about the outside world. It is rumored that the 9 states all have their holy lands, with Summer State being the strongest. Every holy land is supposed to have its own geniuses that can hold their own against the prodigies in the Ocean Palace. Is the outside world really that fascinating? Lu Yu seemed to be muttering to herself as she asked Futian. It should be. Futian nodded and replied. I even heard from the people within the clan that the 9 states' most outstanding person in the younger generation is named Futian. He ascended to the position of a Holy Land's palace lord in the noble plain, and led the barren state towards glory. He initiated a sacred war and is unparalleled in his generation. I would really like to see what he looks like and what demeanor he has as to be unparalleled, Lu Yu said passionately. It was exactly because she had never stepped out into the outside world that she was curious. She loved to ask elders from the clan about happenings in the 9 states. Futian had a weird expression as he heard Lu Yu's words. He replied, Perhaps he looks like me? Lu Yu looked at Futian and did a double take. She then burst into charming laughter. Although Big Brother Yi also has the surname Yi and is very handsome, you're still a distance away from my imagination of unparalleled. Lu Yu laughed as she said. Evidently, she had treated his words like a joke. Perhaps it's the lack of a halo around me. Futian shrugged and replied, smiling. While the two of them were chatting, an argument had broken out in the distance. It sounds like Lu Qing, Lu Yu said. She turned around and looked into the distance, only to see Lu Qing and Lu Yan arguing with someone. There was a group of teens around their age standing opposite them. The person at the forefront was Lu Yun, who often clashed with Lu Qing. Lu Yun was slightly taller than Lu Qing and his eyes had a cold look in them. He said mockingly, Why aren't you saying anything? Weren't you showing off a month ago, saying that you found yourself a strong master? He was riding a flood dragon and descending from the sky. Really strong people must be idiots to want to teach the two of you. Positions in the Lu clan had always been determined by strength. Although he was from a branch family as well, he was much stronger than Lu Qing. The real strong figures would naturally choose higher-ranking members of the younger generation to teach. From a certain perspective, Lu Yun's thinking was not wrong. Lu Yun, who are you calling an idiot? Lu Yan's face turned red in anger as she glared at Lu Yun. Whoever you're thinking about, that's the one. Lu Yun looked at Lu Yan and said, The one you call Big Brother Yi is probably unfit to even carry my master's shoes. Many people around heard the few of them arguing, however, they all had no intention of interfering. The Lu clan had many branches, and competition was fierce, so arguments between the younger generation were commonplace. It was fine as long as nothing major happened. I won't allow you to insult Big Brother Yi. Lu Yan's voice was cold. At the side, Lu Qing had already released his life spirit, and a silver spear appeared. There was a veil of water surrounding it, and he reached out to grab the spear. Again? Lu Yun laughed mockingly and released his life spirit as well. His life spirit was a flood dragon, and it looked terrifying. It was because of this that he had been displeased when Lu Qing said that his master had appeared riding a flood dragon. Thump! Lu Qing stepped forward, and upon seeing this, Lu Yun's mouth turned into a cruel smile. Today, many people from the clan were watching, and he did not mind showing off his strength using Lu Qing. However, when Lu Qing pierced forward with his spear, he suddenly felt a dangerous feeling. Why did his spear technique appear different? Before the spear had reached him, waves of force had already engulfed him, like raging waves slamming against the shore. The flood dragon let out a furious roar as he pushed forward with his fist. In an instant, the flood dragon flew up but collided with the raging waves. The silver spear appeared at that moment, tearing through everything. It penetrated the flood dragon and flew towards Lu Yun. A flood dragon armor appeared around Lu Yun's body, and when the spear struck him, it knocked him back. Lu Qing's spear continued forward, and many people were surprised to see his spear technique. Just as Lu Qing's silver spear was about to break through Lu Yun's armor, an invisible force landed on him, causing him to be unable to move. Raising his head, Lu Qing saw a man with an elegant aura slowly walking towards him. Every step felt as though it was trampling on his heart. "That's enough," the man said softly. As his voice landed, Lu Yun bellowed and the flood dragon passed through the silver spear, rushing towards Lu Qing and sending him flying, blood spurting from his mouth. Lu Yun still wanted to continue attacking, but the man said, "That's enough." He then stopped and bowed to the man, saying, "Master." The man looked coolly at him, then turned to Lu Qing and asked, "You've won this match, but your technique was far too cruel, so I had to stop you. However, your spear technique is quite good. Did your master teach you that?" Lu Qing raised his head and looked angrily at the man. However, he knew that the person before him was extremely strong and a sage plane cultivator that he could not afford to offend. "Big brother, you taught me." Even though the other party was very strong, he continued to look obstinately at him and said, "You also admit that Big Brother Ye's spear technique is strong. It's quite good, but it's not something that a cultivator of your level should pursue. It's clever but has no actual skill. In the future you will understand that techniques that rely on tricks have no actual use," the man said calmly, as though he was teaching someone of a younger generation. "Since that is so, do you wish to experience it for yourself?" At that moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Lu Qing. Chapter 892. Lu Clan. The attentions of many were aimed in the same direction where the sound came from. Lu Clan. The attentions of many were aimed in the same direction where the sound came from. They saw a young and handsome face. Although the air exuding from his person was restrained, one could still feel his extraordinary temperament. It was said that Lu Yuan, the extended side of the Lu Clan, had found a teacher for his children. Perhaps it was this person? Yi Futian, Lu Yuan, and Lu Yu walked to Lu Qing's side. All three of them wore a look of coldness. They had seen everything that happened before. Lu Yun intentionally provoked Lu Qing and started the fight, leading to the man who interfered. He spoke words that seemed innocuous, as if to ask Lu Qing for advice, but just now he had stopped Lu Qing from hurting Lu Yun, restricting Lu Qing's actions but doing nothing to stop Lu Yun's counterattack, which injured Lu Qing. This was clearly protecting and interfering. A person of sage level was involved in a conflict between the young, and with an obvious inclination to one side. The man's name was Yen Lu, who was also not a member of the Lu clan, but was a sage of Cliff State City. He was the teacher employed by Lu Yun's elders to teach Lu Yun cultivation. Yen Lu would also go along this time. At this point Yen Lu's gaze turned to Yi Futian. Seeing that the other was looking back at him, he smiled and asked, "Your student?" "Indeed." Yi Futian nodded. "Do you think there is a problem with what I said?" Yen Lu asked. "There is a problem." Yi Futian nodded. "What was the problem?" Yen Lu laughingly asked. "You arrived very early, watched the fight taking place, but you did not stop it until your disciple was losing. Then you stopped Lu Qing but did not stop your disciple in return. Because of your interference the loser injured the winner. Your own conduct was dishonorable. You have no qualification to teach others." Yi Futian's voice was very calm, but there was a trace of coldness in that calm. This was bluntly stating that Yen Lu was in the wrong, had no right to preach, and there was no further need to discuss right or wrong. More people's attentions were directed to this side. Yen Lu was a sage, and even though he was not a top contender at the Lu clan, as a sage he was considered a very strong figure indeed. Even Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan, who were standing on the steps outside the castle, were also looking this way. Yen Lu's eyes stared at the man in front of him, but still did not seem to be angered and appeared quite calm. However, there was a faint pressure that filled the air. Smiling, Yen Lu said, "What did you want to say before that? Do you want to try it?" Yi Futian repeated. "Good." Yen Lu nodded, and he immediately levitated into the air. "The matter about the spear does not require so much trouble. Right here is enough," Yi Futian calmly said, and Yen Lu was stunned for a second. "Older brother Yi, he is a sage." Lu Qing walked behind Yi Futian and whispered softly. "Lu Qing, I told you before that at this stage of cultivation you should focus more energy on comprehending the power of heaven and earth. However, skills are not completely useless. When skills are cultivated to their extreme, they can be evolved into rules. Watch carefully." Yi Futian reached out and the spiritual qi immediately condensed into a long spear, held in his hand. Lu Qing nodded emphatically and looked solemn. Seeing Yi Futian's movements, an incredibly large flood dragon appeared behind Yen Lu, because his natal spirit was also a flood dragon. That was why Lu Yun's elders employed him. A terrible rules power coursed, surrounding Yen Lu's body. The breath of his body that was blooming from him indicated he was a mid-level sage. "Please," Yen Lu said. There still wasn't a detectable breath coming from Yi Futian, controlling the rules power that flowed between heaven and earth above the spear and giving out the feeling that his power was quite similar to that of Yen Lu. The wind swept through. Yi Futian disappeared from where he was standing, and like a residual shadow appeared in front of the Yen Lu with the long spear stabbed straight out, similarly to the shot that came from Lu Qing. However, it was merely similar. When the spear got close to Yen Lu's body, a heavenly force slammed down, and there seemed to be shadows of spears everywhere accompanying the impending horror, the oppressing space where Yen Lu was. Suppression rules power. Skill in its extremity became rules, and Yi Futian turned the spear into rules. Lu Qing's eyes stared at the one shot that Yi Futian stabbed out. His breathing seemed to have stopped, and there was only the shadows of the spears in his eyes. Under that one shot, the immense flood dragon was forcibly suppressed. It roared and screamed, crushing and breaking the rule's powers. A terrible wave swept out. The surrounding crowd also felt that they were unable to breathe, and they were being oppressed without quarter. However, it was just for a moment. Yen Lu's body was knocked out and flew away, falling toward the distance. Only one shot, and there was not much difference from the fight that took place between the two youngsters. Lu Yun was pressed to the ground by the remnant wave of suppression. He looked up at Yi Futian and shivered. The one that he had called an idiot had knocked out his teacher in one shot, and he was completely embarrassed. After this, his teacher probably would not appear again in the Lu clan, and would not instruct him again. Yi Futian did not look at Lu Yun. He acted as a natural response to help Lu Qing get back at these two. Aside from that, he should not need to be assessed to be able to join the group to the ruins. Yi Futian walked back to Lu Qing's side, and Lu Qing's face was blushed furiously at the moment. As if because of the emotions, his eyes fixed on Yi Futian. "Brother Yi!" Lu Yen also called out, her heart beating violently. One move and Brother Yi had defeated Yen Lu with one shot, like a god descending down to earth. "Cultivate well and you could be like me in the future." Yi Futian smiled. Lu Qing nodded solemnly. On the side, Lu Yuan looked at Yi Futian with gratitude. Supposing that today Lu Qing was bullied and unable to resist, it would affect him mentally. However, Yi Futian's action was an encouragement, an incentive for Lu Qing to remember forever. Unfortunately, after going to the ruins it was unlikely that he would return here. Yen Lu left quietly, no face to continue his stay. The Lu clan did not suffer much and continued chatting casually. For them, this was just a slight ripple. After all, the Lu clan was very extensive, and only Lu Yun's family was really affected this time. "Will this affect you?" Yi Futian asked Lu Yuan. If it would, he would remedy it. "Not at all, we are also members of the Lu clan and conflicts are not a big deal. Not to mention Lu Yu is highly regarded by the family." Lu Yuan responded, and Yi Futian nodded slightly and said nothing. It didn't take long for a person to come and talk to Lu Yu and allow Futian to come with them. This was not unexpected. The people were still waiting quietly. Finally, there was a procession of mighty figures descending in the distant sky. All of them wore silvery clothes, extremely radiant and beautiful. Prepared to welcome, the head of the Lu clan moved forwards and levitated into the air. Next to him Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan also followed suit, standing in the air to watch the arrival of the other party. Silvery beams descended from the sky. The cultivators of the Ocean Palace Holy Land appeared like gods in the sky above the Lu clan. For a time, the pressure of authority shrouded the void, and many felt the need to kneel on the ground and worship. People of Lu clan, welcome the visitors of Holy Land. The head of the Lu clan bowed in greeting, and suddenly the people below also bowed deeply in greeting. Countless many were excited beyond words. To them, the three holy lands in Ocean State were a myth. Now they had seen the people from the Holy Land descending from the sky and coming to their clan. This was an honor. As you were, the head leading the delegates of Ocean Palace commanded indifferently and asked, "Where are Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan?" Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan stepped out, and when those from the Ocean Palace saw the two, they had a look of great satisfaction and said, "From this moment on, you two are the cultivators of Ocean Palace. Return to your place." "Thank you, honorable ones." The two men bowed slightly, and then walked toward the midst of the cultivators from Ocean Palace. All eyes from the Lu clan stared into the sky above. The two stood amongst the cultivators from the Ocean Palace and looked so harmonious, as if they were where they always should have been, as one of them. "In the future, I also want go to the Holy Land to cultivate." Lu Qing only felt a sense of fascination, and next to him, Lu Yu and Lu Yan also revealed a look of longing. The Holy Land was the dream of all cultivators. Futian stood in the crowd and observed it all calmly. The influence of the Holy Land to the outside was greater than he had thought. As for him, as the palace lord of the Holy Land, it was naturally that he did not feel anything. "Let's go." The cultivator of the Ocean Palace had no intention to stay, and spoke directly. The chief of Lu clan looked at them, and suddenly they levitated into the air. Those were the ones going. "Father, I am leaving," Lu Yu said, looking at Lu Yuan, apparently not giving up the idea. Lu Yuan looked at her deeply and knew that it was useless to say anything more, so he looked at Futian. "On the road, please look after this girl." "I will do my best." Futian nodded. "Brother Yi, will you come back?" Lu Yan looked at Futian. Although they only knew each other for a short month, the goodbye was still difficult. "If there are opportunities in the future, I will take you guys to see the world outside." Futian ruffled the hair of Lu Yan. "Promise." Lu Yan looked up at Futian, fearing that he would go back on his word. "Yes, I promise." Futian nodded with a smile and turned to Lu Qing. "Work hard on cultivation." Lu Qing nodded his head emphatically and said nothing. "Let's go," Futian said to Lu Yu, then he levitated into the air. A silver mask appeared in his hand and he put it on his face. Although there were not many who had seen him in the Holy Land of Ocean State, only twice at the 9-State Forum and the Xia clan, and it was only the best from the Ocean State Holy Land, there was still a chance he might be recognized. So, he put on the mask that he had prepared very early on, just for such an occasion. "What does it mean, Brother Yi?" Lu Yu asked curiously. "When outside going through the trial, sometimes it is inevitable to offend some people." Futian found an excuse and said to Lu Yu, "Understood." Lu Yu nodded and had no doubt. Soon, the group went skywards under the leadership of the cultivators of Ocean Palace, and gradually disappeared from their sight. Below, Lu Yan quietly wiped the tears at the corners of her eyes, silently praying for them in her heart. Futian, at this time, had a heart was full of expectation. The lost relic, halberd of time and space, ranking third on the divine implement rankings, would hopefully be retrieved on this trip and be brought back to the barren state. Chapter 893. The sky above the endless ocean, bright blue and cloudless. The sky above the endless ocean, bright blue and cloudless. The group was traveling upon Kunping, moving forward mightily. It was the group from Ocean Palace that departed from Cliff State City. The horrifying Kunping beast and the powerful conglomeration of more than 100 people scared away even the monsters in the endless ocean. Just that faint air of pressure was daunting enough. As indicated in the name, the endless ocean was immense. Although the location of lost ruins was not a secret, it would still not be easy for Futian to find it alone. Above the endless ocean, there was no way to clearly identify any directions. The Ocean Palace was one of the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. They even had cultivators who were stationed at the lost ruins, so they would most likely know how to travel there. At this point, a person walked to Futian on the back of Kunping and put his hands together, bowing slightly in greeting. "Senior!" Futian's eyes landed on the other party. It was a young man who looked about 25 or so. He was handsome and elegant, and his temperament was extraordinary. "I am Lu Han." The shot of spear before by you seemed simple, but it had integrated the world of heaven and earth, turning into Rule's attack to suppress Yen Lu all in single maneuver. I had seen many sages of the family in action but had never seen such stunning move with a spear. Lu Han said softly, somewhat curious about the silver mask on Futian's face, which gave a chilling sensation to those who beheld it. "It is the grandson of the clan leader from the main branch, the younger brother of Lu Zixuan, whose cultivation level is closer to mine, superior noble plane." Lu Yu transmitted her voice to Futian. Futian replied to Lu Han. "That move was passable, but is not considered a high-level maneuver. Precisely because the maneuver was so simple and yet was able to release such power, that it was even more unusual. Presumably, that move did not truly display Senior's the real strength." Lu Han still appeared polite and said, "Would you return to Cliff State City after this trip?" Futian shook his head gently, eyes forward. The descendants of many clans were arrogant by nature, but if your own strength could be recognized by them, they were often also very respectful and polite. Although Lu Han was only of superior noble plane, he had a good eye and was able to detect that one shot was not as simple as it had appeared. "Unfortunate, but I would still like to ask for instructions in the future," Lu Han said. Next to them, Lu Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a special spirit. It was a good opportunity for Futian, and gave him the opportunity to enter the core of the Lu clan. However, Futian's gaze was still directed ahead, seemingly uninterested in any of this. He just said casually, "Since the family allowed you go to trial, they must have the intention to let you perform. Your goal should be the Ocean Palace." Lu Han smiled a little bitterly and shook his head. "You should know by now what kind of place Lost Ruins is. In my plane, even if our clan has such an idea, there will be no opportunity of performance. I just read some records regarding the Lost Ruins in ancient books. The rumor has it that it was the palace of the Ocean King. Then when the Ocean King died, that most splendid palace of endless ocean also sank to the bottom of the sea, along with the entire island city," Futian said. Since it was his intention to get the halberd of time and space, he had done some research before coming. The halberd of time and space was now a divine implement without owner, but many years ago it was a weapon of notoriety, and the weapon of choice of the Ocean King, who was the strongest cultivator of the endless ocean. It was rumored that in that era, the Ocean King ruled the endless ocean, and there were not yet the 3 holy lands as it was today. Today's Ocean Palace was created by those who later claimed to be the descendants of the Ocean King. Lu Han nodded. "Until this day, the palace in the Lost Ruins was still standing like a god in the endless ocean. Even the saints cannot step into it. Some have said that the statue of the Ocean King outside contained the soul left by the Ocean King, and had not dissipated even today. If the gods of many years ago were able to stop the cultivators of the Saint Plane even now, then it was indeed amazingly powerful, and in turn Futian was looking forward to it even more. For many years the 3 holy lands have not been successful, so why try again this time?" Futian asked. "And as far as I know, many disciples of the 9 states' holy lands are not in the holy lands at the moment." "I am not really sure either. I'll think we are better off asking the people from Ocean Palace," Lu Han said. "Just because there was no success before does not mean I'm unable to this time." In front of Kunping a voice was heard, and then a young man who was dressed in a silver garment, and emitted a sharp and proud intention from himself. He turned around, his eyes landing on Yi Futian. In an instant, countless eyes looked toward the man. He stood in the middle of those from the Ocean Palace. Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were both also standing at his side at the moment, which further accentuated his transcendental temperament. The majority of the people knew who he was. Lin Yu was said to be a saint disciple of the Ocean Palace. He participated in the 9-State Forum 2 years ago and actually entered into the top 10. Supposedly he was now a mid-level sage. Lu Han transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. Yi Futian suddenly understood that he seemed to have misspoke. Because of the Sacred War, the Barren State did not participate in the 9-State Forum 2 years ago, so he had not seen Lin Yu. But he was able to enter within the top 10 in 9-State Forum. It must have been that his talent was extremely outstanding. It was especially precious because it was from the Ocean Palace, holy land of the Ocean State, so it was even rarer. He had said that many disciples in the 9 states' holy lands were not in position, but the other must have thought that he had said that geniuses of the 9 states had all left, and naturally there was no hope of getting the halberd of time and space. Apologize. Next to Lin Yu, Lu Shi's eyes fell on Yi Futian and he spoke calmly. Yi Futian came with the people of Lu clan. Although he did not know who Yi Futian was, by deduction he must have been a cultivator of the Lu clan. His careless speech had led to the displeasure of Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace, so he was required to apologize. Yi Futian's eyes landed on Lu Shi. Under the mask those eyes were calm, and without too much concern simply regarded Lu Shi nonchalantly. He was within the top 10 of 9 States Forum, and he was asked to apologize. What was more, even though what he had just said would cause some misunderstanding, there was in fact nothing wrong with it. The 9 states' holy lands were currently missing quite a few people. Older sister. Lu Han looked at his sister, Lu Zixuan, and secretly transmitted his voice. After all, Yi Futian had drawn the displeasure of Lin Yu because he was chatting with him. He did not want Yi Futian to get in trouble. The other party was the people from Ocean Palace. Lu Yu's face was slightly pale. Lin Yu, who had great standing, just by simply standing there, gave an invisible pressure to the cultivators of the Lu clan. He didn't mean anything, Lu Zixuan whispered. After all, Yi Futian was with the Lu clan. Lin Yu's gaze still fixed on Yi Futian, and then he smiled faintly. It's okay, there was no issue with what he said. As soon as his voice trailed off, everyone from the Lu clan felt the pressure suddenly disappear. Many looked at Yi Futian, and thought that he had secretly escaped disaster. Lu Shi simply cast a sideway glance at Yi Futian. He had just entered the Ocean Palace. Naturally, he did not wish to see his clansmen offend the geniuses of Ocean Palace. The 9 states today has geniuses emerging one after the other. In recent years, there have been many with the talent of Saint Plain. Zixuan, have you heard about it? Lin Yu said gently. Lu Zixuan nodded. Although she was extremely cool and proud, even her arrogant self knew that Cliff State City did not represent the whole world. It was no more than an island city within the endless ocean. Her goal was set in an even more distant place. I heard that the disciples of the 9-State First College, Lin Shubai and Tong He, both possessed the talent to the divine path. Tong He once took the first place at 9-State Forum, and the son of Saint Ji of the Hall of Holy Light, GMO, is widely believed to be the next lord of the hall. And then Lu Zhong of Shihua Sacred Mountain, disciple of 3 saints. Lu Zixuan said slowly. And then there's Yi Futian of Barren State, whose meteoric rising is unparalleled, and enough to dominate an entire generation. Even though her voice was still calm when she spoke, there was a sense of soberness. Those people were her goals. Lu Han, who was next to Yi Futian, was also a little excited. He transmitted his voice to Yi Futian. My sister once told me the story of Yi Futian, the genius of a generation that came out of nowhere, with such indescribable style and talent. Although I have never witnessed it, Yi Futian is the idol of my sister and I, and also our goal. The look under Yi Futian's mask was even stranger. Was his reputation really this great? Even in the distant land of ocean states, stories about him circulated, but in recent years, there was indeed no one who could compare with him in the younger generation in terms of fame. However, he often heard of his name when he was in the endless ocean, and still felt surprised. Yes, these people are indeed the most outstanding of this generation in 9 states. However, the times are constantly changing. Before Futian became famous overnight, no one knew of him, and in the future others would also replace him. Although no one had taken the halberd of time and space in the ruins for many years, it didn't mean that those would not get it in the future. Lin Yu spoke slowly, as if he had hidden limitless ambitions like mountains and rivers within his chest. And the reason for the 3 holy lands to explore the lost ruins again is precisely because so many in the 9 states have left. Now that everything that had happened in the 9 states signified the ushering in of a new era. The 9 states' holy lands may face another upheaval. The halberd of time and space must show itself. Lin Yu continued, this was not a false statement. The rise of the barren state, the explosion of sacred war, and the mysterious supervising inspector who led all the geniuses of the 9 states. Everything pointed to the possibility that there would be great turmoil in 9 states. The historical annals also recorded that every time 9 states turned over, it was an earth-shattering event, prosperous holy lands buried in ruins, and legendary figures who were saints had fallen like meteors. But it was also a sign that there would be extraordinary figures who would lord over the mountains and rivers. Lin Yu, of course, also dreamt of a stage such as this could have his name. On the top of the Kunping, the people of the Lu clan could only feel fascinated looking at those rare and attractive figures, such Lin Yu and Lu Zixuan standing together. They were the real geniuses who had the opportunity to step onto the stage of an era. Futian's heart was somewhat unsettled. In fact, he also had the feeling that 9 states may yet be in chaos, and that barren state would encounter a greater danger. This is why he came to the endless ocean. It could be inferred from the dialogue of Lin Yu that the saints of the Ocean Palace had the same feeling as him. All 3 holy lands were eager for the halberd of time and space to appear so they could get a hold of it. Would this mean that 9 states will change? Chapter 894. Futian and his people traveled on the endless ocean for 5 days before finally reaching an island. There was no city to be found on it, which made it an uninhabited island. However, when the mighty ones from the Ocean Palace came, many others gathered around. Futian and his people traveled on the endless ocean for 5 days before finally reaching an island. There was no city to be found on it, which made it an uninhabited island. However, when the mighty ones from the Ocean Palace came, many others gathered around. Futian apparently sensed that the number of demonic beasts in the area grew exponentially, so much so that they even dared to provoke him and the others. All that made him speculate that the lost ruins were somewhere nearby, and those people were probably mighty ones from holy lands who were stationed there. So the ones from the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs are here then? A figure was seen walking out of the crowd from the Ocean Palace, asking the ones who gathered around. The figure was stout and brimming with power. His name was Pang Kun. Futian and the others saw him on their way there, and he was probably the leader of those people. Pang Kun was of the Archmage level and training. Many genius figures from holy lands all over the 9 states left with Xia Qingyuan at Saint Xia's birthday banquet, but there were also some who did not attend the banquet in the first place, especially those from somewhere as far as the Ocean State. Pang Kun was one of those people. His status at the Ocean Palace was unquestionably supreme, and he had great powers. "We were already here yesterday," someone from below answered. 2 groups of people were seen coming from afar as soon as he spoke. "Pang Kun, I knew you would be the one coming from the Ocean Palace." Voices were heard. Futian lifted his head and looked far away. The 2 groups were very distinct, and both groups were over 100 strong. All of those people had an exceptional bearing. The ones on the left were dressed in black robes and exuded coldness, while the ones on the right were dressed in blue robes. Futian had seen those clad in blue before. They were mighty ones from Celestial Cliffs. "North Deep Eagle." Pang Kun turned his eyes to the one who spoke. It was a man with deep eyes, which emanated immense pressure. The North Deep were a race of people who inherited the powers of the endless ocean for generations, and they were extremely powerful. We're all here now, let's go. A middle-aged man dressed in blue at the celestial cliff's direction said. His tone was bone-chillingly cold, making him unapproachable. Fawn 2, are you unhappy to see an old friend? North Deep Eagle smiled and said to the middle-aged man dressed in blue, but his smile was rather cold. Fawn 2 was an archmage-level figure from the celestial cliffs, who had exceptional talents, and he missed Saint Sia's birthday banquet as well. I heard that the Ocean Palace took in a very capable female student as of late. I guess she was the reason for the detour then. North Deep Eagle's sharp eyes looked at Lu Zixuan, who was standing beside Lin Yu. He smiled, baring his white teeth, and asked, You're quite the beauty. How about you come train with us at the North Deep instead? Lu Zixuan frowned slightly. Mighty ones from the North Deep all exuded thick heretical auras all the while. Even if she were to not join the Ocean Palace, she would have picked the Celestial Cliffs instead. Thank you for your kind offer, Senior, but I've joined the Ocean Palace. Lu Zixuan was naturally reluctant to offend North Deep Eagle, and as such, resorted to simply declining politely. North Deep Eagle's eyes continued to linger on her, however, gauging her figure from top to bottom, making her shudder. North Deep Eagle, are you here for the ruins or here to ask for trouble? Pang Kun asked coldly. North Deep Eagle smiled for a bit before turning his eyes away. He answered, The ruins, of course, but since you guys have taken in such a beautiful one, I was just wondering who would the lucky boy be. Pang Kun frowned and looked even more irked. It was only then that North Deep Eagle said, Let's go. He turned around and took to the air. They did not take their steads, the Kunping, with them. They left them where they were, as they needed them when they returned. Let's go. Mighty ones from all three holy lands took to the air one after another in an instant, continuing to make their way forward. Later, Futian sensed a mysterious aura far away. There seemed to be a terrifying vortex appearing from the ocean. What was even more frightening was that there was a terrifying demonic aura expanding from the ocean. The aura was so thick that not even the waves were able to conceal it. We're here. The lost ruins are right beneath the ocean. We'll need to go through the surface, as there are packs of demonic beasts surrounding the ruins. Stick close to me, Lin Yu said to Lu Zixuan. It was obvious that he had a thing for her. She was stunning in both looks and talents, after all. Brace yourselves, a mighty one from the Lu clan said. Everyone looked sharp and solemn. They had all heard of the legend of the Lost Ruins, which had once been the palace of the most powerful being of the endless ocean, the Ocean King. The place held mysterious powers. There had been a time when all three of the Holy Lands wanted to just take the ruins for themselves, but quickly found endless waves of demonic beasts coming one after another, endlessly assaulting any who approached. There was simply no way for them to take the place. As such, they took the nearby islands instead. You two stick close, Futian said to both Li Yu and Lu Han. He was able to tell from the demonic aura emanating from the ocean that people at Noble Plains should not have come. The ones from the three holy lands consisted almost entirely of sages. However, the Ocean Palace did not stop the Lu clan. They simply did not care about their presence, and as such, did not bother to even ask about them. Yeah. Lu Yu nodded. She was rather nervous, but at the same time, excited. That was the first time she had been this far from Cliff State City. Furthermore, she was able to see the legendary endless ocean up close. One figure after another dived straight into the endless ocean. The water washed all over them. However, cultivators were unaffected by such an environment. Furthermore, most of the cultivators from the endless ocean were trained in water-type powers, and some were even capable of wielding seawater as a weapon. Futian dived into the ocean, and soon found the demonic aura washing over him with the seawater. He looked down and focused on the depths, quickly finding one demonic beast after another coming for them. All mighty ones from the three holy lands cast auras of rules and simply went about to carry out an onslaught in the depths. Futian was at the rear. Several mighty ones came up to protect Lu Han, as he was the heir of the Lu clan. Take care of Senior Yi and Lu Yu, Lu Han said to them. No need for that. Just take care of yourself, Yi Futian replied, and then took Lu Yu to the depth below. He then saw demonic beasts coming to attack him. Lu Yu, whose hand was taken by Yi Futian, felt rather embarrassed, but she was nonetheless able to quickly cast aside unnecessary thoughts, as she too saw sea pythons heading their way. Yi Futian's eyes changed and looked rather demonic. There seemed to be a terrifying storm being whipped up, lashing out at the demonic beasts coming at them. One look was all it took to deter the beasts, making them change course. They became reluctant to attack Yi Futian and went to pick on some other targets around instead. Lu Yu, who was all prepped for battle, looked puzzled. What the hell just happened? Lu Han, who was right behind, knew right away that Yi Futian was capable of handling himself and said, "Let's go." He then moved forward as well. Extremely violent rule spells erupted about them and made the sea howl. Terrifying waves were kicked up as a result. They went all the way down. It was a given that the demonic beasts were incapable of stopping the advance of mighty ones from all three holy lands. Yi Futian kept his speed steady and was a fair distance away from the others in front. He did not have to fight at all. It took little more than a look from his eyes to deter any nearby demonic beast. Lu Yu's eyes looked at his face and saw nothing but a cold silver mask. Her heart raced, and she was able to feel that his powers far exceeded her expectations, so much so that no demonic beast dared to come near them. Golden light shone on Lu Yu's face. Yi Futian looked below and saw a golden palace sitting at the bottom of the ocean. The palace was tall and regal, shimmering with boundless holy light. There was a huge golden statue in front of the palace, standing tall like some kind of god. A set of steps that seemed to be made of gold was seen before the statue, which led straight to the palace. "We're here." All the mighty ones from all three holy lands shuddered deep down at the miraculous sight before them. Even those who had been there before could not help but felt shaken. The Ocean King had once been the king of the endless ocean. His palace was buried deep within the ocean, with the halberd of space and time held within, and it was something that many from the 9 states would have killed for. Other than the miraculous place, the palace's surrounding areas seemed to be surrounded by countless huge monsters, which all were seen looking up. Countless pairs of cold eyes gazed at the ones from the Holy Lands coming down. All of those monsters were intelligent, some even wise. There were quite a number of them who were of the Archmage level as well. It helped with their growth, simply by being around the ruins and feeling the aura emanating from within. "You people again?" a boundlessly huge black dragon said in a cold voice. It was apparent that it knew about the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean. "We're not here looking for a fight. Please just make way. There is no need for us to be killing each other," Pang Kun said coldly to the monster standing in their way. "It seems that you haven't brought enough men with you this time," the black dragon retorted with a ferocious look. "More than enough to take on you all." North Deep Eagle's tone was frosty. He then asked, "So you people want to be trashed again?" The black dragon below grinned ferociously. It was not powerful enough to take on the 3 holy lands, as there were saints among them. However, the people from the holy lands were unable to get a hold of it nonetheless, as the endless ocean was simply too huge. However, it had no intentions of leaving, for there was no need to fight to the death with those from the 3 holy lands. "Make way," the black dragon uttered. Those humans were there for the halberd, and it actually hoped they were able to find it, as that meant that the monsters could simply kill all of them and take the weapon when they came out later. The black dragon seemed to be the king of the monsters down there. It took only one line from it to make them make way. The mighty ones, however, continued to keep their guard up by releasing the power of rules as they went downward, arriving at the golden path. Their group was hundreds strong, yet it seemed insignificant at that moment. All the monsters around had their eyes pinned on the humans, making them shudder. Yi Futian could not help but count his blessings deep down. If he had been there alone, he might have ended up as food for the monsters, and still, it would have taken a lot more to fill even one of the monsters' bellies. He never expected the outside of the lost ruins to be so terrifying. He kept his eyes forward, looking at the magnificent statue at the golden steps, the statue of the Ocean King. Holy light shrouded his entire body, and at that moment, Futian felt as if the Ocean King's statue was filled with life. A terrifying awe washed over him, and the entire palace lit up with dazzling gold holy light. Vast and unparalleled might seem to be descending from the heavens, making the monsters shudder in fear. Futian heard during his journey that the Ocean King's statue had gotten in the way of the saints from the 3 holy lands of the endless ocean, forbidding the saints from entering. Legend had it that it would take a saint stronger than the Ocean King to forcefully break into his palace and take away his divine implement. Chapter 895. The Ocean King's statue served as the entrance to the palace. A heavy pressure shrouded everyone, and golden shimmers fell upon them. Futian felt a powerful willpower invading his mind. He looked at the statue and seemed to have seen a godlike figure walking towards him, walking into his mind and overpowering him. The Ocean King's statue served as the entrance to the palace. A heavy pressure shrouded everyone, and golden shimmers fell upon them. Futian felt a powerful willpower invading his mind. He looked at the statue and seemed to have seen a godlike figure walking towards him, walking into his mind and overpowering him. He was not alone. Everyone around him felt the same way. It was the first trial of the ruins. If one wished to enter the ruins, they needed to be able to bear the powerful pressure of will from the statue. The higher one's training was, the stronger the pressure. If a saint was present, the statue would have brought its greatest will to bear. There were some who had witnessed the phenomenon before, where a beam of golden light simply shot out of the sea. The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands naturally knew what to do. They continued to move forward with the will pressure bearing on their minds. The ones at the forefront already made it to the golden steps and were walking towards the light emanating from the center of the statue. Once they made it past, they were able to enter the ruins. Lu Yu, who was right beside Futian, felt the pressure as well. However, the pressure on her was the weakest, as she was of the weakest in training out of all who were present. However, Futian's will could not help but resisted the pressure. It was something of an instinct. As the god continued to walk into his mind, the pressure he bore became increasingly strong. A stronger will of resistance erupted from within his mind to resist that pressure. His spiritual will seemed to be burning, and it had gotten more and more powerful. Futian shook his head for a bit, and sensed something strange. The powerful Ocean King's will invading his mind had invoked the imperial will deep within his being. The Ocean King's statue seemed to have become even more dazzling, as it seemed to have sensed the power coming from within Futian's. The Ocean King's silhouette was regal and imposing within Futian's mind. He held a golden divine halberd in his hand while walking into his mind. The Ocean King's powers were overbearing, intending to crush any power resisting him. Futian's eyes looked straight at the Ocean King's statue, and his spiritual will seemed to have burned as well. Divine fire of emperors manifested, and the imperial will within Futian's mind seemed to have been provoked, which was returned in kind. At that very moment, an incredibly holy figure appeared in his mind. It took Futian's form, yet it burned within divine fire and basked in imperial essence, behaving in an overpowering manner like a true emperor. Everyone was to bow to him, even the Ocean King. Boom! Several of the mighty ones on the golden steps were thrown away where they stood and crashed down below. They grunted as their spiritual will seemed to have been maimed, and they looked pale. What happened? Pang Kun had been there before and he had entered the ruins. Why does it fail this time? He looked up and saw the golden statue shining with glittering, towering light, blinding those who saw it, making them unable to open their eyes. Furthermore, boundless light flowed about above the palace, and streaks of flowing light gathered on top of the statue in a frenzy, making it seem as if the statue had come to life, as if the Ocean King had appeared in person. Indomitable pressure continued to sweep through the entire area in the sea. It was the true holy might. All who were below the golden steps and were on the golden ancient path shuddered under the might, making them felt as if they were to kneel. They were not the only ones being overpowered. Even the proud black dragon's body felt restless, and the demonic beasts around howled and roared. The entire undersea area was shaking. What is happening? The mighty ones from the 3 holy lands were all pale. The pressure was so heavy that even a sliver felt unbearable. How the hell is this happening? There should be no saints here today. A sliver of terrifying will swept through the entire undersea area. A golden light shot through the sea from the depth, rising up to heavens from the surface. One could see the golden light emanating from the sea from the surrounding areas. Many mighty ones from the 3 holy lands had already gone to the ground. Their eyes were shut while their bodies shuddered. No one dared to let their guard down, and brought their all to resist that pressure. No one had time to care about anyone else. The human cultivators were not alone in their suffering. The demonic beasts suffered just as badly. All went prostrate and seemed to be worshipping the Ocean King's statue. Futian's body continued to shudder. He felt as if his soul itself was shuddering, and he never expected something like that to happen. The Ocean King certainly had been a very overbearing person when he was alive. It sensed the imperial will within Futian's mind and intended to wipe it clean with all he had. He finally understood why no saint had been able to enter the ruins. A saint's will proved to be more powerful than the Ocean King's when he was alive, suppressing it in order to gain entry. There was no way Futian could have been capable of such a feat while he had imperial will in his being. There was no way for him to thoroughly bring that power to the forefront, and burning it simply invoked part of its powers. If the Ocean King had been pinning down just his own willpower, it would have wiped his mind clean without any problem. However, the Ocean King sensed Futian's imperial will, and he intended to wipe that from Futian's mind, which was why the current phenomenon happened. Futian felt as if his head was about to split apart. His brain seemed to be on the verge of exploding. There seemed to be 2 gods fighting inside his mind, which was so terrifying that he was about to crumble. The entire palace was shaking. Boundless light seemed to have been invoked by the Matrix. A god seemed to have walked out of that supremely divine statue, leaving an imprint in Futian's mind. Futian was incredibly pissed off at the treatment. This Ocean King guy is just too much. His imperial will seemed to have been angered as well. Its tremendously divine light of emperors dazzled, and a blinding light burst out of Futian's body. However, no one was there to pay any heed to him, as everyone was lying flat on the ground. Furthermore, the light bursting from the statue seemed to be enough to cover all other light sources. The statue trembled alongside the palace. Boom! A loud rumble was heard, and the godlike golden statue exploded into bits right, coalescing into a golden rock. Boundless light flowed inside Futian's mind and then disappeared altogether. The extremely terrifying pressure was lifted all of a sudden. Futian was thoroughly exhausted at that moment, sitting on the ground listlessly. The surrounding seawater invaded and drenched him from top to bottom. He was not alone. Everyone had been resisting the seawater using spiritual chi prior, and they were all drenched at the moment. All of them had been laid bare before the seawater around them. However, none of them were in any mood to pay attention to such details. They all looked at the broken rock and the remaining lower half of the statue. Everyone shuddered somewhat. The Ocean King's statue was gone. Everyone knew what that meant. The halberd of space and time, nothingness, was finally going to be seen throughout the 9 states again. Even if none of them happened to be powerful enough to take the weapon away, the statue's destruction meant that the palace no longer had anything to stand in the saints' way. If the saints were to come claim the weapon personally, everyone knew how that would turn out. You all, get back to the Ocean Palace. Immediately. Pang Kun ordered the mighty ones around him. All of them darted to the surface without question. The mighty ones from the Celestial Cliffs and the North Deep responded as well, sending people to inform their superiors. If they were unable to claim the halberd, they could at least buy time. The saint who came the earliest would be the first to get their hands on the divine implement. Come, let's go inside. Pang Kun and his remaining people stepped through the screen of light and went inside the palace. People stepped inside one after another afterward. Without the statue getting in their way, the only notable obstacle to their quest was gone. Everyone was able to get inside the palace effortlessly. Futian arrived before the broken statue as well. There was no seawater around him there. While the statue had indeed been broken, A formless screen of light continued to block the seawater. He peered forward and saw many broken pillars in the bright and vast golden palace, sprawled out all over the place. Intricate images filled the walls and the floor, but all of that was dull and tarnished. The matrix was destroyed, Fan Tu commented. It looked completely different from how it was when they last came. The entire palace had been incredibly lavish, and the light of the matrix flowed about. The collapse of the statue seems to be the reason of the matrix's destruction. Any one of you know what happened earlier? Pang Kun looked at the crowd behind him. Who was the one who invoked the statue's power? You think it's one of us here? Fan Tu asked. Who else could it be other than us? Pang Kun looked at him and added. The statue only attacks those in front of the palace, so it has to be one of us. But then again, the statue was so powerful that it could even overpower saints. Who was it that broke the statue? He was unable to fathom it all. The notion of someone more powerful than saints in their ranks was utterly ridiculous. With the matrix destroyed, things in the ruins are no longer what they once were. Everyone be careful, Fan Tu added. Everyone nodded in response and moved forward. At that moment, Lu Zixuan found many pairs of eyes lingering on her, and she looked rather grim. It was especially so with those from the North Deep. They had no qualms staring at her voluptuous body. Due to having been drenched by seawater earlier, her clothes were sticking to her body, and her alluring figure was exposed. There were even parts that vaguely showed through the fabrics. She did not pay any attention to that due to the shock experienced before, but she quickly took clothes out from her storage ring right to cover her body, wrapping everything inside. Even Lin Yu could not help but steal a glance at her before looking away. Lu Zixuan simply looked too tempting for a moment there. It was the same with Lu Yu. She had a very alluring figure, and that naturally attracted looks. However, due to Lu Zixuan being around, the eyes around her were comparatively few. She nonetheless took out a coat and wrapped it around herself. Careful, a voice said. A terrifying aura was sensed in an instant. Cold eyes turned to the direction where the voice was heard from. One frightening demonic beast after another from within the palace's depth walked out. Welcome again to the Ocean King's palace. A voice was heard from deep within the palace, sending shivers down the spines of all those within earshot. Everyone felt as if they were being watched by a pair of eyes, which seemed to be able to bypass all distance, coming right before them. Futian looked far away and followed his senses. He seemed to be able to see an incredibly huge beast that behaved like a devil. Furthermore, terrifying aura emanated from that being. Lu Yu, Lu Han, let's get out of here, Futian said to them telepathically. He took Lu Yu's hand and stepped backward, intending to leave the palace. He had just discovered something very terrifying. Chapter 896. Brother Yi, said Lu Yu. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, looking a bit puzzled. Lu Han also looked at him, seeing only his back. However, at that moment several huge demon guards appeared at the entrance, a dragon, a beast covered in golden spikes, and a huge tortoise. They guarded the exit, and their auras were terrible. Brother Yi, said Lu Yu. She looked at him with her beautiful eyes, looking a bit puzzled. Lu Han also looked at him, seeing only his back. However, at that moment several huge demon guards appeared at the entrance, a dragon, a beast covered in golden spikes, and a huge tortoise. They guarded the exit, and their auras were terrible. Futian frowned. It seemed that they couldn't get out. Moreover, the demons seemed to be staring at him. He could only walk forward quietly into the crowd. Lu Han said, What happened, Senior Yi? Lu Han, have you ever heard of the demons that guard the palace? Futian asked. No, but my sister should know. I'll ask her. Lu Han responded, and then passed it on to Lu Zixuan. After a while, Lu Zixuan looked back at Futian and said, There is a legendary guardian sacred beast in the Lost Ruins, a Jiuying one. It once ravaged the endless sea, and sought to dominate all the monsters therein. Later, it was subjugated by the Ocean King and became his mount. It was said that before the Ocean King fell, He sealed the Jiuying in the ruins in order to prevent it from rampaging across the endless sea, and thus, it guards the halberd of time and space. Yi Futian's face suddenly hardened. It was a sacred beast, and moreover, it was the legendary, diabolical Jiuying. The people of the three holy lands all knew this. They continued onwards. More and more demonic beasts were appearing in the hall. The cultivators of the holy lands frowned. This was different than before. Suddenly, a wild demonic aura swept out. A group of golden bat demons rushed out like bolts of lightning, and an invisible sound wave shot out from it. An ear-piercing shriek sounded in everyone's ears, and they felt like their spiritual wills were about to be destroyed. The golden bat demon is good at sonic attacks, and it is also a very capable melee fighter. Be careful. The cultivator in front reminded everyone. The bat demons had bloodshot eyes. They seemed to want to fill the hall, and at the same time attack the people in it. Lu Yu's face went pale, and her spiritual will seemed to be about to collapse under the harsh sonic attack. She closed her eyes in pain but felt a strong hand pull her. Yi Futian's eyes became stormy again. When the golden bat demons met his gaze, they turned around and fled, as if they felt his threat. Yi Futian's eyes were stronger than before. A terrible spiritual storm pierced through the bat's spiritual wills, and some of them struggled fiercely. Soon their bloodshot eyes became calm and they retreated. He had taken control of the retreating demonic beasts and had confirmed his conjecture. The other cultivators launched their own attacks, and the Sage Plane cultivator's power was astonishing. Violent rule power raged through the hall, and many golden bat demons were killed on the spot, but some of the cultivators from the Holy Lands were wounded as well. The bats had different levels of power, some were strong and some were weak. In front of them, a huge golden bat demon with wings as sharp as sickles and bloodshot eyes rose into the air and stared at those who had come. Golden bat demons were a type of demonic beast with strong reproductive abilities. They liked dark places and were addicted to blood and death, but their growth was limited and they rarely reached the sage level. However, in these lost ruins, this one had grown surprisingly big. The golden bat demon king's demon aura was that of a top-level sage. Beside him were several other sage-level golden bat demons, all of them with killing intent in their eyes. The sound of flapping wings came over, as well as a sharp shrieking sound, and everyone in the densely packed hall got goosebumps. The cultivators of the Holy Land's faces also changed. There had never been so many golden bat demons in the past. What had happened? Kill that golden bat demon king first. There's something strange about the ruins right now. Everyone, go all out, don't hold anything back, said Pang Kun to the people from the other two Holy Lands. They nodded. They could both feel that this was going to be a tricky battle, which made them feel that there was a real threat. The ones from the North Deep and the ones from the Celestial Cliffs nodded, and they looked imposing. Let's go. Pang Kun's figure flashed, and a long silver halberd appeared in his hands. He thrust it forward, and in a flash, a silver vortex swept out. The golden bat demon king's body flashed, and his mouth opened. A formless sound wave split the air, breaking the vortex. At the same time, ear-piercing sounds rang out in the vast, ancient hall and the golden bat demons all rushed forward. Evil creatures! The cultivators from the North Deep stood together, their faces cold and imposing. A deep chill emanated from their bodies, and as the golden bat demons rushed towards them, their golden bodies were slowly covered in ice. A strong cultivator from the North Deep reached out and produced a powerful whirlwind. It slowly swallowed up the bodies of the golden bat demons. Protect the mistress. The Lu clan cultivators rushed towards Lu Zixuan and Lu Shi, and a chaotic battle broke out. Brother Yi. Lu Yu bowed slightly. Before she had come, she had wanted to see the outside world. But now she realized she had been wrong. Coming to the ruins would be nothing but a nuisance. If it hadn't been for Yi Futian, she would not even be able to think of escaping with her life. It's nothing. Follow me, Yi Futian whispered. Lu Yu looked at his back and had a strong feeling of confidence. She looked all around. A terrible battle had broken out that shook the heavens and the earth, But Futian was walking forward step by step. No demonic beasts attacked him. Even when they were next to him, they would go around him to attack someone else. The great hall was filled with the torn bodies of bats, and people were rushing towards the palace. With a great cry, the Golden Bat Demon King was jointly killed by the cultivators from the Holy Lands. The Golden Bat Demons suddenly retreated like a tide and disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. The people from the 3 Holy Lands looked around. Some of their people had also fallen. At that moment, someone turned around and their gaze fell upon Futian. He stared at him and asked, "Who are you?" Suddenly everyone looked at Futian. Lin Yu said, "He looks like he's from the Lu clan. How did you do it?" Futian was the only one who had not been attacked. "I've cultivated my spirit elemental power to be able to affect demonic beasts," Futian answered indifferently. "Why don't you show us your true face?" asked Lin Yu. "Force of habit," Futian answered. "Remove your mask." Next to Lin Yu, Lu Shi looked at Futian. Futian frowned and glanced at Lu Shi. This was the second time. "I'm talking to you." Lu Shi also frowned when he saw that Futian did not answer him. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Yu beside him. "Let's not worry about this trifling matter," Lu Zishuan said from beside Lu Shi. Lin Yu smiled and said, "Fine, let's forget it. Let's keep going," said Fan Tuesday. "The ruins are a bit strange this time." Everyone felt it. One by one they stepped out and continued forward. The huge palace had collapsed into many ruins, and each of the ruins had demonic beasts standing on them, glaring at them coldly. But they did not move. They walked through the long palace hall and came to a stairway. Suddenly, more demonic beasts appeared up ahead on both sides, growling quietly. "Let them pass." The voice from before came out of the depths of the palace, and the demonic beasts moved aside. Their feeling of being watched grew stronger. Invisible pressure covered everyone. They walked along the gold-colored floor as many more demonic beasts appeared around them. Finally, they came to the end of the hall. A huge design appeared on the floor. It looked like a terrifying matrix. The matrix connected every part of the palace and even extended deeper into it. It extended away into an endless chain that suppressed the design. And at that moment, there was a white-robed figure standing calmly in the middle of the pattern. He seemed to be a middle-aged scholar. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, but also a bit of evil. Beside him, many demonic beasts appeared on the edges of the design. There was another flight of stairs behind the design, and from there you could faintly see a huge statue of a god holding a divine halberd. The halberd of time and space. When everyone saw the divine halberd in the Ocean King's carved hands, their hearts trembled fiercely. It was the third-rank divine implement on the divine implement ranking. "Welcome, everyone." The middle-aged scholar stood in the center of the design and seemed to be wrapped in the endless chain. He smiled at the group of them. "Thank you for letting us pass, Senior." The people of the 3 Holy Lands bowed slightly to the middle-aged scholar. "Think nothing of it. This is my thanks to you." He smiled. "Next, as long as you can get past me, you can go to the final stage and get the halberd of time and space. Who will try first?" Everyone's eyes flashed. A top-level sage stepped out from the back and said, "I will try, Senior." "Excellent. Go ahead," the middle-aged scholar said politely. A pair of wings appeared behind the cultivator, along with a great wind. He shot forward, turning into countless afterimages. In a flash, he had rushed past the middle-aged scholar and went deeper into the hall. He made it, everyone thought. However, at that moment, an astonishing aura descended. There was a bang, and the middle-aged scholar disappeared, and in his place was a huge, ferocious 9-headed demon. Everyone's hearts were beating fiercely. One of the 9-headed demon's heads struck out, and though the sage wanted to go that way, he was stopped. There was a miserable cry. The beast had bitten into the sage. A sage-level cultivator had been bitten around the waist. The bloody scene made everyone's hearts tremble fiercely. The fierce beast's heads moved through the air. Its 9 pairs of eyes were filled with malice. The endless chain in the design seemed to have disappeared. In the silent hall, there was only a plaintive cry. The cultivator had not died yet. Jiuying. Everyone's faces went pale. The Ocean King's mount, the sacred beast Jiuying. What was more frightening was that its seal was broken. I haven't tasted human blood in so long, came the voice. The huge Jiuying disappeared. He had transformed back into the middle-aged scholar, but the eyes of those who saw him were filled with fear. Don't be afraid. The middle-aged scholar looked at everyone. The rules are still the same as before. If you can pass by me, I'll let you go. This was the rule set by my great master. I will certainly follow it. When he spoke of his great master, his voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. 1. A Jiuying is a 9-headed snake monster from Chinese mythology, similar in some ways to a hydra. Jiuying means 9 infants, and it was called that due to the fact that its cry sounded like that of a baby. Chapter 897. Everyone's faces went completely white. This Jiuying was a sacred beast. How could they get past him? His tone was full of infinite resentment. Anyone who had been sealed away for many years would be the same, not to mention a naturally cruel and murderous beast. Everyone's faces went completely white. This Jiuying was a sacred beast. How could they get past him? His tone was full of infinite resentment. Anyone who had been sealed away for many years would be the same, not to mention a naturally cruel and murderous beast. Let's begin. The middle-aged scholar's gaze was full of malice. In his eyes they were all like ants. They were nothing but playthings to him. He would let them slowly feel their fear, and feel their deaths. For so many years, the people from the 3 Holy Lands had come into the ruins and looked at him as a decoration, like he was only a demon's slave that guarded the divine implement. No one remembered that he was the demon King Jiuying, who had ravaged the endless sea. At this moment, no one in the hall dared to step forward. Everyone was deeply afraid. Since you are so inactive, I will come to you. The middle-aged scholar swept his gaze over everyone with eyes full of humor. He reached out and pointed at the North Deep Eagle and said, You seem pretty strong, why don't you try it? The North Deep Eagle's face went pale. Although he was extremely proud and confident, the one in front of him was a sacred beast that had broken its seal. Senior, I will take these people away from here. We won't disturb you again, North Deep Eagle said with a bow. I'll give you one more chance. If you pass by me, you may live. The middle-aged scholar's voice was still calm. The blood drained from North Deep Eagle's face. He was very stiff, but he still stepped forward. His whole body was tense. His life spirit blossomed, and his incomparably large wings opened. He said to the middle-aged scholar, Since you're on the same plane, please show your inferiors some mercy. In the instant that he finished speaking, he shot forward and his wings slashed out directly towards the middle-aged scholar as his body rushed in the other direction. The middle-aged scholar glanced at him calmly and reached into the air. In a flash, his arm turned into 9 heads, each of them fiercer than the last. They shot forward, accurately targeting North Deep Eagle and biting into him. With a scream, North Deep Eagle's body was torn into 9 pieces, and the 9 heads swallowed the pieces before turning back into an arm. No! The faces of the people from the North Deep were ashen, and their whole bodies trembled. They saw the middle-aged scholar bring his arm back. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. They felt only an infinite sorrow. Ha! The middle-aged scholar threw back his head and laughed. His smile was full of malice, and his eyes were cold as he stared at everyone. For so many years, the 3 Holy Lands have treated me like a pet. Now it's your turn. Next, you. He pointed at Pang Kun of the Ocean King Palace. Apparently, he had seen everything before, and those he chose were all leaders. Senior, we have always regarded you as a guardian sacred beast. We absolutely never disrespected you, said Pang Kun. A guardian sacred beast? What am I guarding? The Jiuying stared coldly at Pang Kun. This is the greatest shame of my life, he said slowly. Pang Kun realized he had made a mistake. The Jiuying was full of resentment towards the Ocean King. Come on! His cold voice was like a note that urged him on to his death. Pang Kun suddenly shot forward, trying to escape. Even if he wanted to pass the Jiuying's test, at his level, there was no chance of success. It was better to flee in the opposite direction. The Jiuying reached out with both arms, and in a flash, the 9 ferocious heads rushed out along the hall. They quickly caught up to Pang Kun and barred his path, revealing their bloodthirsty fangs. No! Pang Kun did not want to die there, but that did not mean anything. The evil heads rushed forward and engulfed him without hesitation. There was not even a skeleton left behind. Everyone's face went ashen as they saw this bloody scene. It was as if they had seen their own dooms. Futian stood amid the crowd and also felt a bit of sorrow. This was the reason he had wanted to retreat before. He had sensed this. Moreover, he had most likely been the reason why the Jiuying was able to break the seal. Of course, he had not intended it, but the will of the Ocean King's statue wanted to completely wipe out the will of the Emperor. This had led to the statue destroying the matrix and being destroyed, which had affected the seal. Hundreds of years. I followed him for hundreds of years. I fought in the endless sea for him and unified it, the middle-aged scholar slowly said to everyone. But in exchange for all this, he made me guard this divine implement? When the divine implement leaves is when I will be free from my toil. What's funny is he was so conceited that he would never let anyone get the halberd of time and space. He just wanted to prove that no one was stronger than him. He surpassed all others both in the past and in the future. For hundreds of years, none of the worthless forces of the 9 states have succeeded. And so for this impossible task, I have been sealed here for generations to come, forever and ever. His voice grew louder and louder until he was almost yelling the last words. They echoed throughout the hall. His resentment was endless. However, he never thought that this day would come. The seal has been broken. There was no omen that this would happen. Who did it? The Jiuying asked everyone with a smile. No one answered, even Futian. He knew the Jiuying's mental state had been thoroughly twisted. He only wanted revenge on everything. No one will admit it? The Jiuying smiled at the group and said, No matter. Let's continue. He looked at Fang Tuesday. Fang Tu looked desperate. Soon, he followed in North Deep Eagle and Pang Kun's footsteps. This was a game of death, a game that everyone in the hall would lose. And the price of death was their lives. Cultivator after cultivator died at the Jiuying's hands. He seemed to enjoy this process very much. Perhaps he had been alone for too many years. He kept hunting and kept talking to himself. A man on the Saint Plain was a disaster. Almost all the top figures of the 3 Holy Lands were killed by the Jiuying. Brother Yi. Lu Yu came up by Yi Futian's side and whispered, It looks like we're going to die here today. I shouldn't have brought you. She looked at Yi Futian with a despairing gaze. She knew without a doubt that she would die today. If she hadn't agreed to Yi Futian's request and hadn't let him follow the Lu clan, he would not have to die with them. I was the one who wanted to come. It's not your fault, Yi Futian said to Lu Yu. He sighed inwardly. At this point, he was also in despair. This was a dead end with no way out. He did not think that if he broke the statue that the Jiuying would be grateful and let him go, not when the Jiuying was as twisted as he was. If he stood there and voluntarily admitted that he had the will of the Emperor, he would, no doubt, die even faster. Lu Yu was also regretting that she had been so headstrong. Her father had tried to stop her, but she had been bent on getting her own way. No one has taken the initiative yet? Asked the Jiuying. His gaze fell upon Lu Zixuan, and the evil in his eyes was still there. Such a beautiful human woman will probably taste very good. The Jiuying smiled evilly. Lu Zixuan's face went deathly pale, and her heart was filled with sadness. Sister. Lu Han looked pale as well. He rushed forward and said, I'll go. Get back. Lu Zixuan swept her gaze over Lu Han. We're all dead anyway, sister. I'm a man, so I should die first, said Lu Han. Lu Zixuan said nothing. You have a backbone. In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. The Jiuying looked at Lu Han. Yi Futian looked at Lu Han and stepped forward with sorrow in his heart. He took a deep breath and said, "Senior, I have something I'd like to say." The Jiuying smiled evilly. "Why? You want to go first?" Yi Futian looked at the Jiuying and said, "I have asked about your story before, and so I naturally understand the resentment you hold in your heart. You were a beast that could sweep through the endless sea, but you were sealed up for so many years due to the Ocean King's selfishness, and you could not bear the pain of not having control over your fate. At this moment we have already experienced your pain." The Jiuying looked at Yi Futian. Indeed, he wanted these humans to suffer his pain, fear, and powerlessness, and watch as they moved step by step closer to death. "Are you going to beg?" the Jiuying asked. Yi Futian shook his head. "We've already felt the pain of not having control over our fates, the fear, and the helplessness. Under these rules, there's no more suspense. The ending is already predetermined. Why don't you just give us a reprieve and kill us all at once?" Everyone gazed coldly at Yi Futian. Did he want to die sooner? "Oh?" The Jiuying looked interested. "Or perhaps you'd like to change one of the rules?" Yi Futian asked. "Let's hear it." The Jiuying was not in a hurry. He still looked calmly at Yi Futian. If Yi Futian tried some petty trick, he would die a painful death. "You said that the Ocean King left behind a task that was impossible to complete. We came here for the halberd of time and space, and we're not willing to die like this. Why don't you let us try? If one of us can get the halberd of time and space within a certain time and hand it over to you, they can trade it for their life. You can freely execute the others. At least, in this desperation, there will be a chance to live, not like now when there is no chance at all," Yi Futian continued. A strange excitement flashed in the Jiuying's eyes. He looked at Yi Futian and said, "That indeed seems a little more interesting. Then I will change this one rule. If someone can get the halberd of time and space, they can not only trade it for their life, but for 2 other lives as well. If you can't get it, I will give you one more chance to live, but only one of you. Isn't this a bit more interesting?" The Jiuying smiled evilly. He had just killed many people and was a bit numb. It was indeed quite boring. Yi Futian's words had revived him. "You have 1 day," the Jiuying said, and then he moved to the side, letting them pass. Everyone took a deep breath. They could live for 1 more day. Within 1 day they couldn't get back to the Holy Lands to send out news, nor could they get the halberd of time and space, but at least with 1 more day, there was a little hope. Lu Zixuan and Lu Han just felt a burst of coldness. They had escaped death, but for how long? Chapter 898, In the 9 States, Only I Am Unparalleled. Chapter 898 In the 9 States, Only I Am Unparalleled. The crowd walked forward numbly. When they walked by Jiuying, they felt their bodies tense up. It was a demon. The middle-aged man that Jiuying had transformed into stood at the side, smiling. Looking at him now, it was impossible to imagine that he could be such a ruthless killer. Yi Futian and Lu Yu also walked to his side. They heard Jiuying laughing as he said, "You are very smart. If you had asked me to let you off just now, you would have died a terrible death. However, you came up with a very interesting suggestion to win yourself a chance at survival. However, with your cultivation level, you will probably not be the person to live until the end." Evidently, he did not think that these people were capable of obtaining the halberd of time and space. He had followed the Ocean King for so many years that he understood his master's arrogance too well. His master was an extreme narcissist. He had set up all this before he died not to search for a successor to his legacy, otherwise, he would have used a more gentle approach, but rather, his master had done all this to ensure that the people of the endless ocean would remember him forever. He wanted them to remember his greatness, and that nobody would ever be able to surpass him. Even in death, he wanted his name to forever live within the endless ocean. That was why these people's only outcome was to fight to the death until one remained. Yi Futian would evidently not be that person. Since Senior has set this rule, what use is there is begging for mercy? As long as there hope for survival, I will fight for it, Yi Futian said to Jiuying. A crooked smile appeared on Jiuying's face as he looked at Yi Futian and said, I almost can't bear to kill you now. Yi Futian naturally did not believe it and said, I'll be going ahead then. As he said that, he raised his foot and stepped forward. He would not be that foolish to beg for mercy. To a demonic beast that had been imprisoned for countless years and had a seething vengeance, he was only using slaughter to excite himself. Yi Futian was very clear that the only hope for survival in that scenario would be to satisfy it by coming up with an even more exciting rule. After killing so many experts, Jiuying had also become numb to it. So, he would naturally not reject a more exciting rule to the game. Climbing up the stairway, they came to the final palace. The palace was littered with gold, and the spacious hallway had gold diagrams etched onto the walls on both sides. The diagrams showed a person cultivating, and a strong aura emanated from the diagrams. In front of them, they could see a towering statue of the Ocean King and the halberd of time and space in his hand. However, a golden light screen stood in between the statue and the halberd of time and space. This was the last barrier. On the golden light screen, they could see a diagram of a majestic figure holding the halberd of time and space and piercing forward with it. Just by watching the diagram, they could feel an overwhelming aura. There was a sentence inscribed on the diagram. It read, I am the only owner of the endless ocean. Who can be unparalleled in the 9 states? A proud aura could be felt from those words. Although it was a question, it also implied that the Ocean King, who had controlled the endless ocean, would also be unparalleled in the 9 states. Yi Futian looked at the words and recalled what Jiuying had said before they had entered the palace. He knew that the Ocean King was indeed an extremely arrogant person. His gaze turned towards the diagrams around them again. These diagrams had a certain grace to them, like a halberd technique had been inscribed into them. The crux of obtaining the halberd of time and space would probably lie in these diagrams. An arrogant person like the Ocean King, who wanted to prove his superiority, would definitely not leave a mystery that could not be resolved. If it was really like what Jiuying said, the Ocean King had left the Ocean Palace here to show that nobody would be able to surpass him, he would leave an obvious hint. However, even with the hint, it would be so difficult that nobody would be able to solve it. Only then would he be unparalleled in the 9 states. Thank you? At that moment, a gentle voice sounded out. Yi Futian turned around and saw Lu Zixuan and Lu Han walking over. The person who had spoken was Lu Zixuan. If it was not for Yi Futian's suggestion just now, Lu Han and her would have been dead. Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan. At that moment, there was no trace of that untouchable demeanor that she had in the Lu clan. Although she was still calm, he could see a hint of weakness under her ravishing beauty. No matter how much of a prodigy one was here, it seemed that only death awaited them. She had stepped foot into the Holy Land, the Ocean Palace, not long ago. However, she was staring death in the eye so soon. How ironic. No need, I didn't do it for you, Yi Futian said nonchalantly with a casual tone. In reality, he did not do it to save Lu Zixuan and Lu Han. Under those circumstances, he could not even ensure his own survival, not to mention caring about others. It just happened that the time was right. If he had brought it up earlier, Jiuying would not have vented enough and would ignore his suggestion. Just as Jiuying picked Lu Zixuan, bringing it up then would make Jiuying think that he wanted to save the damsel in distress and fight for a chance at survival. Lu Zixuan nodded gently. Yi Futian seemed to be different from the others. He had followed the Lu clan here, but he did not have the same admiration and respect for her that the others had. There was only indifference, as though she was no different from anyone else. Of course, she did not have the leisure to think about that now, it was only a fleeting thought. At that moment, there was probably nothing else more important than their lives. One day is completely insufficient to solve this last barrier, someone exclaimed. The people from the 3 holy lands looked forward with grim expressions. I heard from my elders that some prodigies had come here before, but they were totally unable to comprehend it and could only back out. Moreover, we only have 1 day, a despairing voice said. It seemed like they could only wait for death to creep up on them. Now, there were not many archmages left in the crowd. They all had glints in their eyes as they looked across the area, causing many people to feel threatened. Previously, Jiuying had said that even if they did not obtain the halberd of time and space, one person among them could live. We are all cultivators in the Holy Lands. If you are thinking of killing each other before we even try, then I advise you to think twice. If someone starts killing others to try and survive, those with lower cultivation levels will team up to kill those of higher cultivation level. Futian said coolly. Instantly, the few archmages had piercing gazes as they glared at Futian. Futian continued speaking as though he did not feel their gazes, his gaze sweeping across everyone as he said, "At least we have one day to fight for our survival." As he said that, he stepped forward and walked to a wall, utilizing his freedom meditation. His eyes seemed to turn golden as the diagrams on the stone wall appeared to come to life. In an instant he seemed to see a drawing of a majestic figure floating above the sea with the halberd in his hand. He struck out, and the halberd pierced through the air. It did not seem to be that difficult. The other people also started to look at the diagrams on the stone pillars. The people here were all geniuses, so their frame of mind would not crumble even though they were faced with a desperate situation. As such, they were all trying. Futian would look at each diagram for a long time as he comprehended each one, his footsteps slowly moving. Luyu also attempted to comprehend the diagrams, but with her cultivation level, she could not even comprehend the first diagram. She looked at Futian and thought to herself, "Big brother, you must have been an extraordinary genius in the past." His frame of mind and concentration was not inferior to any Holy Land genius. What a pity that they were about to die here. Otherwise, she would even consider pursuing him. As she thought about it, Luyu smiled mockingly at herself. At this moment, the fact that she could still think about this was probably proof that she had resigned herself to her fate. As time passed, some people started to become uneasy. Only a few geniuses with determined mindsets could carry on comprehending fearlessly. At the same time, there were people who tried to attack the Ocean King's statue. However, it was pointless as they were unable to destroy it. Their only chance was with the diagrams on the stone pillars. Futian had already completed one pillar and had started comprehending the second pillar. The diagrams on the pillars recorded a complete halberd technique that was extremely strong. It required one to comprehend the spirit of the pillars to understand it, but to Futian, it was not hard. He not only cultivated in the freedom meditation, he also specialized in spatial abilities. Coincidentally, the Ocean King also specialized in spatial rule power, thus the halberd technique was linked with spatial powers. One day was too short for them. At that moment, footsteps sounded and many people turned around, shivering. They saw the middle-aged man that Jiuying had transformed into, standing there, smiling as he said to them, "You still have 1 hour left. Let's all work together to see if we can break through it," someone suggested. The crowd all nodded and fired their attacks towards the golden light screen at the same time. However, the golden light screen did not budge in the slightest. The words, "Who can be unparalleled in the 9 states?" continued to float there. "I don't believe it." Continue. Lin Yu's expression was pale as he said, feeling bleak. The vicious attacks continued and the crowd attacked the light screen in front of the statue wildly. However, their attacks did not even leave a dent. "You only have 1 hour left." An evil voice sounded. "Perhaps you could try another way out?" The middle-aged man looked at them with an interested expression, watching them fall into madness and despair. At that moment, his gaze landed on Futian. He saw Futian continuing to stand calmly at one side and looking at all this as though it had nothing to do with him. "Interesting," Jiuying said, smiling. Futian closed his eyes. In his head, the pictures on the pillars seemed to come alive as brilliant figures appeared, holding the halberd in their hand and attempting and failing to break through the light screen, just as many of them had tried to do just now. "You have a last stick's worth of time." Jiuying's voice sounded like a deadly countdown. Futian ran through all the diagrams in his head rapidly, halberd in hand, piercing forth with the halberd technique. Rays of light shone as all the halberd strikes gradually combined and the countless diagrams overlapped with his figure. Crash! Yi Futian's brain shook vehemently, and everything became clear to him. The Ocean King was indeed self-absorbed and cruel, and had already planned everything. Jiuying understood him, but he had underestimated his master's cruelty. "Time is almost up, are you all ready?" The young man that Jiuying had transformed into said again. His voice sent many people into despair. "Are we really going to die?" Lu Yu raised her head and saw Yi Futian opening his eyes and walking towards the statue. "Big brother Yi." Lu Yu called out softly to him. "Don't worry, you won't die." A voice sounded in her head. Lu Yu looked at his expression under his mask. It was a confident expression filled with charisma, as if she would not die as long as he said so. "I don't want to die," Lu Shi said with a pale expression. He had just entered the Holy Land and his bright future had just started. How could he die here? Many people had crazed expressions as they attacked the golden light screen frantically. There were also others who looked coldly at the others, as though they wanted to choose the other way out. Lu Zixuan stood at the back of the crowd, looking at the crazed crowd with a desolate expression. At that moment, she lifted her head slightly and saw Yi Futian walking towards the crowd with steady steps. She could not see his face under the mask, but his dark eyes were filled with determination. They were filled with a belief that he could survive. There is no more time left. Enjoy your final rampage. Jiuying put both arms behind him and tilted his head slightly, his face contorted with cruelty. His voice made them despair even more. They were helpless and could only wait for their death. Move aside. At that moment, an indifferent yet powerful voice sounded and everyone looked towards Yi Futian. Yi Futian stepped forward, walking to the center of the crowd. The crowd stared coldly at Yi Futian in madness with mocking expressions. Moving aside, did he want to try? However, feeling the aura around Yi Futian's body, many people involuntarily made way for him. "Big brother Yi." Lu Yu saw Yi Futian walking into the crowd and called out to him. The aura around his body seemed to have changed and a formless light surrounded his body. The aura that emanated from his body was that of a magi's. Find authorized novels and web novel faster updates. Better experience, please click for visiting. So Big Brother Ye's cultivation level was actually this strong. They all saw Yi Futian's body floating in the air and a terrifying current flowed around his body. His spiritual energy entered the stone pillars and in that moment, the diagrams on the pillars seemed to light up, turning into rays and moving towards Yi Futian's body. The light around Yi Futian's body became brighter and blinded many people. They all stared at the scene, astounded. Could it be that he had really solved the Ocean King's mystery? Jiuying also had a surprised expression. Could it be that it was really possible? Lu Yu also watched the scene in amazement, looking at his unparalleled figure. Countless currents gathered around his body. Yi Futian stretched out his arm and a halberd appeared in his palm with a brilliant light. All the diagrams in the palace lit up and resonated with him. Apart from that, the light screen in front of Yi Futian lit up as well. The words on the light screen also lit up, as though attempting to imprint itself into everyone's heads. Who can be unparalleled in the 9 states? Yi Futian's body moved. The countless currents followed him, and with a single strike of the halberd, the heavens shook and the entire palace shuddered. In the 9 states, only I am unparalleled. A proud voice sounded out, as though replying to the question. The halberd that was covered in light struck the light screen. Chapter 899. That incomparably arrogant voice made everyone's hearts beat faster. At this moment, in their eyes there seemed to be nothing but the halberd and the brilliant figure. That incomparably arrogant voice made everyone's hearts beat faster. At this moment, in their eyes there seemed to be nothing but the halberd and the brilliant figure. Everyone saw the light flowing in a curtain. The light flashed into veined lines, and an illusory figure appeared on the edge of the light curtain. It was the figure of the Ocean King. It seemed that a fragment of his will had been left in this light curtain before he died. Only by appearing this way could he get the halberd of time and space. Behind the light curtain, the statue of the Ocean King also lit up, like the Ocean King was being resurrected. It flashed with a multitude of colors, and the halberd of time and space in its hands swallowed up all the light. It resonated with the halberd that Yi Futian had thrust forward. The two of them seemed to be separated by an epoch as they stared at each other. The Ocean King had asked who in the 9 states was without match, and he had answered that only he was. The whole hall lit up as dazzling beams of light gathered together. The powers on both sides of the light curtain resonated, and then that incomparably brilliant light curtain dissipated into nothingness. It was broken and disappeared. All of this happened in a flash. No one had yet recovered from this dazzling scene. They were all in shock. The cultivators from the 3 holy lands had not been able to break the light curtain. For many years, no one had been able to do this. But today, someone that none of them knew had done it. In their moment of desperation, he had realized the secret of the stone wall, and in only a day, he had broken through the strongest test left behind by the Ocean King. In that moment, they felt a sacred power coming from inside where the light curtain had been. They doubted that without understanding the secret of the stone wall, even a cultivator of the Saint Plane could not have broken through that light curtain. But he had done it. Who on earth was he? Luyu looked at him, and her heart beat fiercely. She suddenly remembered that back at home, she had said to Futian that in the Holy Ji Palace in the land of the Barren State there was a palace lord who was unparalleled anywhere on earth. She wanted to go and see what kind of person could be called unparalleled. Futian had laughed, and said that maybe this person was like him. At the time she had thought it was a joke, but now she was truly looking at what could be called unparalleled power. And then she couldn't help but recall that joking conversation. She realized that she knew who he was, and her beautiful eyes became slightly wet. Yi Huang. Futian of the Barren State, 1. Apparently, this unparalleled person had been right by her side these past few days. When she remembered that she had even wanted to pursue Futian, she could not help but flush a little red. Her heart beat loudly. She was so embarrassed. How could she deserve someone like him? He was destined to only be a passerby in her life. Lu Zixuan and Lu Han also watched this scene with shock, their hearts beating rapidly. How could he be so strong? Who was this man who had followed the Lu clan here? The evil smile in the Jiuying's eyes disappeared. It frowned slightly, as if it had started to feel threatened. It may have made a mistake. Futian naturally did not pay any attention to anyone else's thoughts. He had already appeared before the statue of the Ocean King, which seemed to be coming to life. Brilliant light covered Futian's body and streamed throughout the hall. The pattern on the stone wall lit up, as well as the patterns outside that had been extinguished before. Futian reached out and grasped the divine golden halberd, the halberd of time and space. Nothingness. You can go. Futian looked at the illusionary opening on the statue of the Ocean King. The statue collapsed, and the illusion gradually disappeared. It seemed to symbolize the glory of the Ocean King, completely disappeared into the past. Lost relics became ruins. The Ocean King could only exist in history, and would eventually be forgotten. Futian gripped the halberd of time and space and turned to look at everyone. Divine light covered his body. At this moment he looked like a god. After so many years, someone had finally gotten the halberd of time and space. The number 3 divine implement on the divine implement ranking would once again appear in the world. But who would own it? Congratulations! Came a sincere voice. Everyone turned around and saw the Jiuying standing there, looking at Futian. It smiled and said, "Give me the halberd of time and space and I will honor the rules of the game. You can leave with 2 other people. Those 2 beauties seem pretty good. If I were you, I would choose them." Everyone's faces contorted as they suddenly remembered the rules. Lu Shi said, "You came here with my Lu clan. If you promise to get me out of here, I will fulfill any condition that you have. I am Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace, in the top 10 of the 9-state forum and a disciple of the Saint of Ocean Palace. If you get me out of here I will recommend you to my master," said Lin Yu. Suddenly everybody began talking in succession, begging Futian to get them out of there. Futian swept his gaze over everyone, then finally looked at the Jiuying. He saw the Jiuying reach out to him and smile, saying, "Come on." His voice was full of temptation, but Futian stood where he was, looking at it calmly and saying, "If I were you, I would be begging right now." His words shocked everyone. Was this guy crazy? The Jiuying's smile disappeared, and his face grew very cold as it gazed at Yi Futian. I forgive you for your impulsiveness, it said to him. Even if you begged me, I wouldn't let you go. Yi Futian seemed not to hear it, and he continued. At your level you should have felt it, and you should have understood why you could only be the Ocean King's mount, why you were enslaved by him. The Jiuying's face darkened, becoming fierce and twisted. An evil aura emanated from him. You think you understood your master. You thought that no one would ever break through these ruins and that you would be sealed up in here forever. But even though the Ocean King was arrogant, he still always followed the rules. He never planned to release you. Even if someone broke through the ruins and got the halberd of time and space, this was still a dead end for you. Yi Futian's voice grew colder and colder. As he spoke, the hall was filled with a terrible, seemingly divine pressure. Countless lines flowed and the broken seal lit up once again. All of the power in the room gathered into the halberd of time and space, where the image of the Ocean King could be faintly seen. The destruction of the statues outside was only an accident. When the halberd of time and space goes out into the world, another huge killing matrix targeted at you will start up. No matter who gets the halberd, you shouldn't think of breaking the seal. Killing the person who has the halberd of time and space won't let you get it either. The Ocean King planned all of this. How could he let a cruel beast, his mount, obtain his divine implement? Yi Futian's voice made everyone's hearts beat faster. When they looked at the Jiuying's darkening face, they understood. Everything that Yi Futian said was true. The Jiuying's fate had been fixed from the start. Either it would be sealed up forever or it would die. The Ocean King had never given it a chance. Even though someone stronger than the Ocean King had forcibly smashed the statue outside, and thus was stronger than the Jiuying, luckily, there was someone among them, there was someone who had broken the statue, and thus rescued the Jiuying from his situation. He could leave, or he could kill Yi Futian and everyone there. But he had played a game with Yi Futian. And that had led to this scene. You already knew this before? The Jiuying stared at Yi Futian with its dark eyes as it asked this coldly. You don't understand matrices. But I do, said Yi Futian to the Jiuying. Of course, before I was just guessing. It wasn't until I sensed this pattern that I knew. Everything here is connected, and the statue inside and the halberd of time and space are another part of the matrix. So you watched all those people die until the right time came to share your thoughts? The Jiuying stared fixedly at Yi Futian. It had actually been figured out by this weak human. Moreover, it never would have thought that someone could crack the Ocean King's secret within a day. That was absolutely impossible, but someone had done it. It was as if this was fated to happen. It hated him. It had been fooled by the Ocean King, and now it had been fooled by this junior. Its face grew more and more distorted, and its desire to kill him grew shockingly clear. This was in order to not let you release the evil in your heart. If I had brought it up, it would have led to a dead end. Of course, even though you agreed to only give me 1 day, this was a gamble that you lost. Yi Futian raised the halberd of time and space, and the dazzling radiance bloomed even brighter. The whole hall shook as the endless pattern lit up. The whole hall seemed to form a complete matrix. Thank you for giving me time to start the matrix. Suddenly Yi Futian smiled brightly under his mask. The Jiuying froze, and then became even more furious. Roar! Its loud voice rang out as its extremely fierce bestial nature appeared and its terrible power reached out towards Yi Futian. But Yi Futian's halberd of time and space shot forward at the same time. The matrix had converged on the halberd, and space seemed to be distorted. An unimaginable frightening vortex appeared and struck towards the Jiuying's large body. The palace began to be destroyed as all of its wild destructive power was gathered into the halberd. The entire palace was a huge matrix. The walls of the palace were swallowed up and destroyed. The crowd of people before Yi Futian saw the walls disappear, then the palace disappear, and then the vortex swallow up everything. All of the Jiuying's heads were sucked inside of it and torn to pieces. It tried to escape, but that storm of time and space swallowed everything. It was annihilating it. The beast's giant body gradually became an illusion. It grew fainter and fainter until finally it disappeared. From that place came an incomparably bitter voice. I hate you! Of course it did. He had been tricked by his master, the Ocean King. And now, just when he had seen a way out, had seen a way to see the sun and sky again, a weak human cultivator had buried him alive. The cry echoed throughout the sea, full of endless bitterness, and making the depths of the sea roar. A sacred beast had been annihilated on the spot. One in Chinese, Huang means barren. You're tuning into the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.